Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where spring's gentle renewal invites us to enjoy peaceful stories by a cozy fireplace. As the comforting warmth surrounds you, let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil moment. Unwind with the soothing sounds of our tale, and may it be the perfect prelude to a wonderful start for your day ahead. Story 1. The little town of Meadowhaven was known for two things: the sweetest wild honey in the valley, and the fact that nothing particularly magical ever seemed to happen there. Young Milo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful frown, often found this rather disappointing. He spent his days helping his mother in their cozy bakery, dusted perpetually in flour, and his afternoons exploring the sun-dappled woods at the town's edge, hoping for a whisper of wonder. One crisp autumn afternoon, while rummaging through the dusty attic above the bakery, Milo discovered an old wooden crate tucked behind a broken spinning wheel. Inside, wrapped in faded blue velvet, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand or golden, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate forget-me-nots around the rim and a single, slightly chipped handle. Yet as Milo lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, and a faint scent of bergamot and rain-washed earth filled the air. He brushed off the dust, and the painted flowers seemed to shimmer for a fleeting second. That night, unable to sleep, Milo sat by his window, the teacup cradled in his hands. Moonlight spilled onto the porcelain. As his thumb traced a tiny crack near the handle, a soft sigh seemed to echo in the quiet room. Not a sound exactly, but a feeling, like a gentle tug on his thoughts. He focused, pouring his quiet attention into the cup. Suddenly, images bloomed in his mind, not like pictures, but like memories that weren't his own. He saw a sunlit garden party long ago, heard the tinkle of laughter, felt the warmth of tea being poured. The teacup remembered. Milo gasped. This ordinary object held extraordinary secrets. He spent the next few days experimenting. He learned that by touching the cup and focusing intently, he could glimpse fragments of its past. He saw it cherished by a kind-faced woman, packed carefully for a journey, then sadly forgotten in the attic's gloom. The cup held echoes of joy, comfort, and loneliness. It wasn't just an object, it was a silent witness, a keeper of stories. This discovery filled Milo with a profound sense of connection, but also a deep sadness for the cup's long solitude. He knew he couldn't keep this secret locked away. The cup deserved more. This realization sparked his journey not just to understand the cup's power, but to find where it truly belonged. His quest led him deep into the whispering woods, the teacup carefully wrapped and nestled in his satchel. The woods were alive with autumn's fire leaves of crimson and gold carpeted the path, and the air smelled of damp earth and decaying wood. It was here he met his first helper. A plump russet squirrel named Pip, with eyes like shiny black beads and a tail that twitched with constant curiosity, scampered down a mossy oak trunk. Lost something shiny? Pip chirped, tilting his head at Milo's satchel. Or found something that hums? Milo, startled but intrigued, explained about the whispering cup. Pip's nose wiggled excitedly. Whispers, memories, old things talk if you know how to listen, but the woods are full of chatter. You need the keeper of lost tunes. He pointed a tiny paw towards a towering beech tree draped in ivy. Bramble knows, follow the scent of damp paper and old ink. Guided by Pip's enthusiastic chatter about acorn storage and the best sunning spots, Milo ventured deeper. Near the ancient beech, he heard a voice like dry leaves rustling, reciting a poem about drifting clouds. Perched on a high branch was Bramble, a tawny owl with feathers the color of twilight and enormous, solemn eyes that held the depth of centuries. "Ah," Bramble hooted softly, his voice a low murmur. "The cup of echoes, I remember its making, the potter's hands shaping clay beside a singing stream. It was destined for Willowbrook Manor, long before the ivy claimed its walls. Bramble explained that the kind-faced woman Milo had seen was Alara, the mistress of Willowbrook, who cherished simple, beautiful things. The manor lay in ruins now, swallowed by the woods on the other side of Shadowmire Swamp. But Bramble added gravely, the path through Shadowmire is troubled, not by claws or teeth, but by a deep sadness that confuses the way. The challenge wasn't a monster to fight, but a profound melancholy to navigate. Shadowmire wasn't dark or dangerous in the usual sense. It was a place of deep moss, still black pools reflecting skeletal trees, and an oppressive silence that seemed to soak up all sound and hope. As Milo, Pip, and Bramble, who flew silently above, entered its borders, a wave of weary sorrow washed over Milo. The whispering cup in his satchel grew cold, its usual gentle hum fading into a faint, mournful sigh. The very air felt heavy, making each step an effort. The path seemed to shift, vanishing into tangles of thorny brambles, or ending abruptly at murky water. Pip shivered, his usual chatter reduced to worried squeaks. Bramble's wise eyes scanned the gloom. The sadness here it is old. It belongs to the place itself, remembering brighter days. Milo felt despair creeping in. He couldn't fight sadness. He couldn't blast a path through sorrow. He sat down on a moss-covered rock, the cold teacup heavy in his hands. What could wisdom do here? He remembered the cup's memories, not just the happy garden parties, but the quiet comfort of tea on a rainy day, the simple warmth of being held. He remembered Bramble's words, old things talk, if you know how to listen maybe. Maybe this place needed to be heard, not fought. Taking a deep breath, Milo closed his eyes. Instead of pushing against the sadness, he let himself feel it, gently, without fear. He touched the cold cup and focused, not on its own memories this time, but on the feeling of the swamp around him. He poured his quiet attention outwards, like warm tea into a cold cup. He didn't force, he simply offered his presence, his willingness to listen. Slowly, subtly, the oppressive silence shifted. It wasn't broken, but it became less heavy. A faint sigh, like wind through bare branches, whispered around them. Images flickered at the edge of Milo's perception, not from the cup, but from the swamp itself. He saw sunlight dappling clear water, heard the splash of fish, felt the vibrant hum of insects and frogs long silenced. Shadowmire remembered being a sunlit marsh, full of life and song. Its deep melancholy wasn't anger, but grief for its own lost vibrancy. Milo opened his eyes. The path hadn't magically reappeared, but the crushing weight had lifted. The air felt clearer, the silence less hostile. Bramble hooted softly, a sound of profound respect. You offered understanding, young listener. You held space for its sorrow. Pip, sensing the change, chattered with renewed, though quieter, energy. This way, the moss feels less soggy here. Guided by the swamp's slightly eased spirit and Pip's keen nose for drier ground, they found their way through Shadowmire. Emerging on the other side, bathed in the soft golden light of late afternoon, they saw the ruins of Willowbrook Manor. Vines climbed crumbling stone walls, and ancient oaks grew right through what was once a grand hall. Yet amidst the decay, wildflowers bloomed in vibrant patches. In the heart of the ruins, where a grand fireplace still stood, now sheltering a family of rabbits, Milo felt the teacup grow warm again. He unwrapped it. As the fading sunlight touched the forget-me-nots, the cup seemed to glow with a soft, inner light. A gentle chime, like a tiny bell, resonated in the quiet air. Milo placed the cup carefully on a flat stone beside the old hearth, a place that felt peaceful and remembered. As he did, a profound sense of rightness washed over him. He hadn't just returned an object, he had helped complete a story, easing a lonely echo and acknowledging the grief of a forgotten place. The teacup's quiet hum settled into a contented sigh, a peaceful resonance that seemed to weave into the very stones and the whispering leaves overhead. It was home. The journey back through the woods felt different. The whispering woods seemed friendlier, the autumn colors even more brilliant. Pip rode on his shoulder, chattering about showing Milo the best nut grove. Bramble glided silently above, a guardian shadow against the twilight sky. Milo walked taller, his storm-cloud eyes now holding a spark of quiet understanding. He hadn't gained strength or speed, but he had discovered a deeper magic, the magic of listening, of empathy, of connecting with the silent stories woven into the world around him, even in a simple, chipped teacup. He returned to Meadowhaven, the flower-dusted bakery, and his mother's warm embrace. The town still seemed ordinary, but Milo knew differently. He knew the woods held Pip's chatter and Bramble's wisdom. He knew Shadowmire held a quiet sadness that deserved respect. And he knew that in the ruins of Willowbrook, a porcelain cup painted with forget-me-nots sat peacefully beside an old hearth, humming with contentment, finally remembering only warmth and belonging. As he drifted to sleep that night, the scent of bergamot and rain-washed earth seemed to linger, a gentle reminder that wonder wasn't always loud or bright, but often found in the quiet act of listening and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary things. And in that knowing, wrapped in the soft blanket of a journey completed, Milo found a deep, comforting peace, perfect for dreaming. Story 2. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky dusted with more stars than sand on a beach, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the moss grew thick and velvety, cradling secrets older than memory. Sunlight, when it pierced the dense canopy, fell in dappled pools of liquid gold, warm as fresh honey. The air hummed with the quiet industry of tiny lives and carried the rich, loamy scent of damp earth, the sharp tang of pine needles, and the delicate sweetness of hidden night-blooming jasmine. In a snug burrow tucked beneath the sprawling roots of grandfather oak lived Thistle, a small hedgehog whose spines were the soft brown of autumn leaves. Her closest friend was Pip, a bright-eyed dormouse with fur like spun moonlight, who lived in a hollow lined with thistledown and dried lavender. Their days were woven with simple joys, gathering dew-kissed berries at dawn, listening to the wind tell stories through the leaves, and watching fireflies paint constellations on the velvet night. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a silent symphony conducted by the turning seasons. Each solstice and equinox marked not just a change in weather, but a shift in the very magic that pulsed through the roots and rivers. The spring bloom brought forth carpets of bluebells that chimed softly in the breeze. The summer glow made the river sparkle with liquid light, and water sprites danced upon its surface. The autumn hush painted the leaves in fiery hues, and the air crackled with the scent of ripening nuts and the gentle decay that nourished new life. The winter still brought a profound quiet, a blanket of snow that glowed with its own soft luminescence, and frost fairies traced intricate, glittering patterns on every surface. The keeper of this ancient rhythm was old Mossback, a venerable turtle whose shell was etched with patterns deeper than any riverbed. He lived by the Heartspring, a pool of impossibly clear water fed by an underground current said to flow from the dreams of the earth itself. Mossback remembered the songs of rivers long dried, the paths of stars shifted over centuries, and the whispers of the first seeds. He taught the younger creatures the old ways, where the safest moonlit paths lay, how to ask permission of a berry bush before picking, and the importance of truly listening to the sigh of the wind and the gurgle of the stream. One unusually crisp autumn evening, as Pip was gathering the last hazelnuts, he felt a tremor beneath his paws. It wasn't loud, but it felt wrong, a discordant note in the forest's harmony. The next morning, Thistle found the edges of the Heartspring rimed with frost, thin and brittle, even though the autumn hush was weeks away. The water sprites, usually shimmering with warm blues and greens, looked pale and sluggish, their light dimmed. A chill deeper than the morning air settled over the clearing. "Something's amiss," Thistle murmured to Pip, her breath misting in the unnaturally cold air. The scent of pine was sharp, almost brittle, missing its usual comforting warmth. "The frost shouldn't come until the trees are bare and the earth rests." They hurried to old Mossback. The turtle was gazing intently into the heart spring, his old eyes reflecting the troubled water. The pool's surface wasn't its usual mirror calm. Tiny, frantic ripples chased each other, and the water looked thinner, less vibrant. "Ah, little ones," Mossback sighed, his voice like pebbles gently tumbling in a stream. "You feel it too, the deep chill stirs early. It whispers of a knot in the roots, a tangle deep below the stone hills." He gestured with his beak towards the distant, rocky outcrops on the forest's northern edge. "Long ago, when my shell was still smooth, a similar chill came. It was caused by a great stone, dislodged by a storm, blocking the dream current that feeds the heartspring and warms the roots against the true winter's bite." Pip shivered, not just from the cold. "But how? The stone hills are so far, and the tunnels beneath are dark and winding." "Strength comes not only from muscle, young Pip," Mossback said gently, "but from wisdom shared and friendship woven tight. The dream current needs to flow freely. Its warmth is the forest's hidden hearth. Without it, the frost will deepen, the spring bloom will falter, and the summer glow will be but a memory." The weight of his words hung heavy in the frigid air. The cozy sense of autumn decay suddenly felt ominous. Thistle puffed up her spines, determination replacing worry. "We must tell the others, we must find the knot and untie it." Word spread through the whisperwood like dandelion seeds on the wind. Fern, a wise old badger whose stripes held the shadows of 1,000 moonlit nights, agreed to lead the way. She knew the hidden paths beneath the hills, the tunnels carved by time and water. Bramble, a strong but gentle mole with velvety paws perfect for digging, volunteered his strength. Luna, a silvery moth whose wings glowed faintly in the dark, offered to be their lantern. Even the usually reserved water sprites, shivering by their diminished spring, sent droplets of their essence with Luna tiny, glowing pearls of light to guide them. The journey north was a sensory tapestry woven with both beauty and unease. The crunch of frost underfoot was loud in the unnatural silence. Sunlight, when it filtered through, felt thin and weak, lacking its usual golden warmth. The scent of pine was overpowered by the metallic tang of cold stone as they neared the stone hills. Yet there was comfort too. The soft rustle of fern's fur against ferns, the warm, earthy smell that clung to bramble, the gentle hum of Luna's wings, and the cool, clean scent of the water sprite pearls that cast dancing, blue-green lights on the tunnel walls. Fern led them deep into the earth, through passages smelling of damp clay and ancient minerals. The air grew colder still, biting at their noses and making Thistle's spines feel brittle. The comforting sounds of the forest above faded, replaced by the drip of water and the echo of their own movements. Luna's light and the glowing pearls became their tiny sun and stars. Finally, in a cavern deep beneath the largest hill, they found it. A massive boulder, slick with icy condensation, had indeed tumbled down, completely blocking a wide fissure in the cavern wall. From behind it came only the faintest, choked gurgle, the stifled song of the dream current. The air here was frigid, stealing their breath in visible plumes. The stone felt like ice to the touch. Bramble immediately set to work, his powerful claws scrabbling at the hard earth around the boulder's base. Thistle and Pip gathered smaller stones, piling them to create leverage. Fern used her sturdy body to push, her muscles straining against the immense weight. Luna hovered, concentrating her soft light and the glow of the pearls onto the point where Bramble dug, while Thistle directed the tiny lights to illuminate cracks where Fern pushed. The water sprite pearls pulsed with a comforting coolness, a reminder of the life they were fighting for. Hours passed. Their paws grew numb. Bramble's claws ached. Fern's breath came in ragged gasps that echoed in the cold chamber. The boulder seemed immovable, a mountain of indifference. Pip, shivering violently, felt despair creep in. The cold scent was overwhelming, the darkness pressing. Then Thistle remembered Mossback's words. Listen, truly listen. She closed her eyes, pressing her small ear against the icy stone. Beyond the thudding of her own heart and her friends' labored breaths, she strained to hear. Faintly, so faintly, she heard it, not just the choked gurgle, but a rhythmic pulse, like the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth itself. Thump, 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 thump. It's alive, Thistle whispered, her voice echoing strangely. The current, it's weak, but it's trying to flow. Listen. One by one, the others paused. Bramble rested his head against the stone. Pip pressed close. Fern closed her eyes. Luna dimmed her light. In the profound silence of the deep earth, they heard it, the muffled, insistent thump-thump of the dream current, a plea from the heart of their world. It wasn't just strength they needed. It was harmony. Mossback's wisdom echoed, a knot untied requires the right touch. Together, Fern rumbled, her voice thick with effort but resolute. Not just pushing, feeling the stone, finding where it wants to move. They changed their approach. Instead of frantic digging, Bramble carefully probed the earth, feeling for softer spots, places where the boulder might shift. Fern leaned her weight not just against it, but with the faint vibrations they could now feel emanating from the trapped current. Thistle and Pip placed their paws on the stone, not pushing blindly, but sending warmth and encouragement, picturing the free-flowing water, the scent of thawing earth, the sound of the spring bloom chimes. Luna focused all her light, and the water pearls glow onto a single, hairline crack Fern had found near the base. They breathed together. They pushed together, guided by the faint heartbeat beneath their paws. They poured their hope, their friendship, their love for the Whisperwood into the cold stone. There was a deep, grating groan that seemed to come from the bones of the earth. A shower of pebbles and icy dust fell. Then, with a sigh like the earth itself exhaling, the massive boulder shifted. Just an inch. Then another. Bramble dug furiously at the loosened earth. Fern heaved with a final, monumental effort. Thistle and Pip pushed with all their might, their small bodies trembling. With a grinding rumble that echoed through the tunnels, the boulder rolled aside, revealing the dark fissure. For a heartbeat, silence. Then a joyous, powerful whoosh filled the cavern. Warm, clear water, shimmering with an inner light like captured moonlight, surged through the opening. It carried the scent of deep earth and wild flowers, the promise of spring, the memory of summer sun. The frigid air instantly softened, touched by a wave of gentle warmth that spread outwards like a sigh of relief. The icy condensation on the walls began to weep and melt, dripping like happy tears. The dream current flowed freely once more. Exhausted but elated, they watched the life-giving water carve its path back towards the heartspring. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a comforting, subterranean warmth. The heavy scent of stone was washed away by the fresh, mineral-clear aroma of the flowing water. Their journey back was lighter, filled with shared smiles and the comforting gurgle of the current flowing unseen beside their path. When they emerged near the heartspring, the change was immediate. The brittle frost at the pool's edge had melted. The water sparkled with renewed vigor, deep blue and vibrant green light swirling beneath its surface. The water sprites danced again, their forms brighter, their movements fluid and joyful, trailing arcs of cool, refreshing mist. The unnatural chill that had gripped the Whisperwood was already receding, replaced by the true, crisp bite of approaching autumn hush. The scent of pine needles warmed by the returning subterranean heat filled the air, mingling beautifully with the damp earth and decaying leaves. Old Mossback waited by the pool, a slow smile spreading across his ancient face. You listened, he murmured, his voice thick with pride. You listened to the earth, to each other, and to the wisdom woven through the roots of time. The balance is restored. That night the creatures of the Whisperwood gathered under the watchful gaze of Grandfather Oak and the brilliant stars. A small, safe fire built with dry branches and fragrant herbs crackled merrily, its warm, woody scent mingling with the cool night air. They shared stories of the deep tunnels, of the icy stone, and of the triumphant surge of the dream current. Luna danced above them, her wings reflecting the firelight and the starlight, casting soft, moving patterns on the moss. The water sprite sang a song of gratitude, a sound like clear bells and flowing streams, cool and sweet on the ear. Thistle and Pip curled up close to the fire, the warmth seeping deep into their bones. They looked up at the familiar constellations, the fireflies weaving their own luminous paths among the stars. The forest hummed around them, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of a late cricket, the distant hoot of an owl, a symphony of life restored to its natural rhythm. Mossback gazed into the heartspring, now reflecting the fire and the stars perfectly. "Remember, little ones," he said softly, his voice as comforting as the crackling fire. "Magic isn't just in grand spells or flashing lights. It's in the turning of the seasons we honor. It's in the roots that intertwine beneath our paws, sharing strength. It's in listening to the whispers of the earth and the beat of a friend's heart. It's in the courage to face the chill together. This harmony, this balance, it is the deepest magic of all. Tend it well, and the Whisperwood will sing its gentle song for generations yet to come." As the fire burned low, casting long, dancing shadows, a sense of profound peace settled over the clearing. The air was crisp with autumn, but held the deep, reassuring warmth of the earth's hidden heart. The forest breathed softly around them, a living tapestry of scent, sound, and gentle light, cradling its tiny guardians in the boundless, ancient embrace of the Whisperwood. Sleep came easily, wrapped in the comforting certainty that balance held, watched over by stars and the steady, silent pulse of the dreaming earth. Story 3. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, the boundaries between the solid earth and shimmering magic were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, beneath the towering canopy, lived beings seldom seen by hurried human eyes. Among the gnarled roots dwelled the moss folk, no taller than a buttercup, their skin the soft green of new ferns, their hair spun from cobwebs and dandelion fluff. High in the hollows, families of lumina fireflies tended glowing gardens of bioluminescent fungi, their gentle light painting constellations on the dark bark. The heart of their hidden world was the great Glimmerfall, a phenomenon as old as the forest itself. Not a waterfall of water, but of pure, condensed magic. It manifested only during the fleeting days between autumn's peak and winter's first frost. From a high, mossy ledge on the oldest oak, the veil between worlds grew thin, and shimmering motes like crystallized moonlight and stardust would cascade down, catching the fading russet and gold leaves, turning the forest floor into a river of soft, pulsing light. This Glimmerfall wasn't just beautiful, it was vital. Its gentle energy seeped into the roots, nourished the slumbering seeds, and strengthened the forest's spirit against the coming cold. It was the breath of harmony, the sigh of balance. This year, however, a subtle unease prickled through the Whisperwood. Elder Fern, the mossfolk's wisest, whose beard was woven from silver lichen, and whose eyes held the depth of the forest's memory, felt it first. The air, usually crisp with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, felt strangely thin. The vibrant autumn colors seemed muted, drained. And the lumina fireflies reported their gardens dimming earlier each dusk, their internal light struggling against an unseen weight. "The Glimmerfall nears," Elder Fern murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling, as he addressed the gathered moss folk and a delegation of concerned fireflies led by Flicker, whose light pulsed a worried amber. But the vale feels weary, the forest sighs with a burden it cannot name. A young moss folk named Juniper, known for her quiet observation and gentle hands that could soothe even the most tangled root, stepped forward. Her heart fluttered like a moth against glass. "Elder Fern," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the trickle of a nearby brook, "I found something strange near the crystal brook. The water, it tastes bitter, like metal and sorrow, and the reeds on the bank are turning gray, as if drained." A ripple of concern passed through the assembly. The crystal brook fed the roots near the great Glimmerfall ledge. If its essence was tainted, it could weaken the veil further. Flicker's light flickered urgently. "The air feels heavy near the old stone circle too, Elder, thick like breathing wool." Elder Fern closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand against the rough bark of their meeting tree. He listened not just with his ears, but with the moss beneath his feet, the air swirling around him. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through bare branches. "The balance is disturbed, not by malice, but by neglect. The stone circle, the brook they remember the weight of forgetting." He explained, his words painting pictures in the cool, dappled light. Generations past, the moss folk and fireflies had tended sacred places like the stone circle ancient markers, where earth energy converged and kept the waterways clear of unnatural debris. But slowly, over many turns of the seasons, vigilance had waned. Busy with their glowing gardens and root weaving, they had assumed the forest would care for itself. A fallen branch dammed a tiny tributary, feeding the crystal brook upstream. Wind-blown debris choked the energy flow around the stones. These small blockages, unnoticed, were like knots in the forest's lifeblood, dimming the magic needed for the Glimmerfall. "The forest speaks in whispers, children," Elder Fern said, his voice gaining a gentle strength. "Its needs are subtle, a blocked stream, a choked pathway, these are wounds that bleed its strength. The Glimmerfall depends on the forest's wholeness, just as we depend on the Glimmerfall." Hope, fragile as a frost flower, bloomed in Juniper's chest. "We can mend it before the Glimmerfall is due." Flicker pulsed bright agreement. And so, guided by Elder Fern's wisdom and Juniper's keen senses, the hidden folk rallied. It was a race against the shortening days and the cooling air. Moss folk, nimble as squirrels, scampered upstream along the crystal brook. They found the culprit, a massive, waterlogged branch fallen from a storm months prior, creating a murky pool where the water stagnated, its sweet song silenced. Working together, using vines as ropes and pebbles as levers, they strained. The scent of disturbed mud and cold water filled the air, mingling with the damp earth and pine. Inch by inch the branch groaned, shifted, and finally tumbled free. Clean, cold water rushed downstream, carrying away the stagnation, its joyful gurgle echoing through the stillness. Juniper knelt, cupping the fresh water. It tasted clean again, like melted snow and secrets. Meanwhile, Flicker and his kin led a brigade of lumina fireflies to the ancient stone circle. Their combined light illuminated the problem. Years of wind-blown leaves, snapped twigs, and encroaching moss had piled up between the standing stones, smothering the subtle currents of earth energy that flowed there. The fireflies, using their delicate legs and surprising strength, began the meticulous work of clearing. They didn't discard the debris. Instead, they carried it respectfully to the forest floor nearby, where it could decompose and nourish the soil. The air around the stones, thick and stale moments before, began to stir. A faint hum like the lowest note of a harp vibrated through the ground, felt more than heard. As the last leaf was cleared and the last stone's base exposed, a collective sigh seemed to rise from the earth itself. The oppressive weight lifted. The air tasted crisp and alive, scented with frost and the promise of snow. The lumina fireflies' gardens glowed with renewed vigor, casting warm pools of light on the grateful faces of the moss folk. The night the Glimmerfall was due, the Whisperwood held its breath. The air crackled with anticipation, sharp and cold, carrying the scent of wood smoke from distant hearths and the deep, sleepy fragrance of the earth preparing for winter. The moss folk and fireflies gathered on the broad roots near the high ledge, wrapped in cloaks woven from dried leaves and spider silk. Juniper sat close to elder fern, her small hand resting on the ancient moss covering a root. Above them, the bare branches of the ancient oak were stark against a sky deepening from twilight violet to indigo, pricked with the first icy stars. Then it began. Not with a roar, but with a whisper. The air above the ledge shimmered, like heat rising from stone on a summer day, but colder, brighter. A single point of light appeared, then blossomed. Not fire, but pure, cool magic. It coalesced, grew, and then it cascaded. Thousands upon thousands of shimmering motes, each no larger than a dewdrop, tumbled silently down the mossy ledge. They glowed with an inner light, soft blues, gentle silvers, hints of pale gold and rose like captured fragments of the aurora borealis. They drifted, swirled, and danced on unseen currents, catching the starlight and reflecting the watchful eyes of the gathering below. The effect was breathtaking. The forest floor became a living tapestry of light. The fallen leaves, usually dark and damp, transformed into glowing amber, crimson, and burnished copper under the shower of magic. The air hummed with a sound like distant crystal chimes, felt deep in the bones, a vibration of pure, restored harmony. The scent changed too. The sharp cold mingled now with the ozone tang of magic, and the sweet, clean perfume of energized earth and pine. Juniper gasped, the cool, magical air filling her lungs, tasting like starlight and snowmelt. Flicker and his kin pulsed with pure, radiant joy, their light blending seamlessly with the falling glimmer, adding warm yellow sparks to the celestial dance. Elder Fern smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening like well-worn paths in the moss. He placed a gentle hand on Juniper's shoulder. "See, little one," he murmured, his voice blending with the soft chime of the glimmerfall. "The forest remembers kindness. It heals when we listen, when we tend its whispers. The balance is not a heavy burden, but a gentle dance. We are partners in this ancient rhythm." They watched in reverent silence as the glimmerfall continued its silent, shimmering descent. The magic motes sank into the earth, disappearing like dreams, but their energy remained a warm, vital pulse strengthening roots, comforting seeds buried deep, weaving a protective cloak of harmony around the whisperwood for the winter to come. The lumina firefly's light burned steady and bright, a testament to restored vitality. The air was clear, cold, and sweet. As the last motes drifted down, leaving the ledge dark but the forest floor softly aglow for a while longer, a profound peace settled over the hidden folk. The challenge had been met not with force, but with gentle attention, cooperation, and the wisdom of generations. The whisperwood sighed, a long, contented exhalation that rustled the last dry leaves. Juniper leaned against elder fern, warmed by the shared accomplishment and the deep, abiding magic of their home. The boundaries between reality and magic might blur here, but the lesson was clear as starlight. Harmony is nurtured by listening, by tending the small things, and by remembering that every creature, every stream, every stone has its place in the forest's quiet, enduring song. And as the first delicate snowflakes began to drift down, mingling with the fading glow of the glimmerfall, the hidden folk knew their ancient forest, balanced and whole, would sleep soundly through the winter, dreaming of spring beneath its blanket of stars and snow. Story 4. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where mist clung to the hills like silver cobwebs each dawn. Among its thatched cottages lived a quiet boy named Theo, whose hands could coax the shyest seeds into bloom, but whose heart trembled at the slightest change. When autumn painted the maples crimson and gold, Theo's chest tightened like a clenched fist. He watched leaves drift earthward, each fall a reminder that nothing stayed. One frost-kissed morning, Theo found his cherished moonpetal plant shedding its luminous silver blossoms. "Why must you leave?" he whispered, catching a falling petal. It dissolved into stardust on his palm, leaving behind a tiny seed that pulsed with soft blue light. Old Man Hemlock, the village gardener, whose beard held more soil than hair, ambled over. "Moon petals bloom but once a year, lad," he rumbled, voice like stones tumbling in a brook. "Their magic isn't in staying, but in trusting the cycle." Theo tucked the glowing seed into his pocket, its warmth a constant hum against his thigh. Yet as days shortened, his unease grew. He avoided the bustling harvest market, hid when friends planned the seasonal bonfire, and even snapped at Lark, a girl with wind-tangled hair who brought him honey cakes. "You're shrinking into your shadow," she chided gently, placing a cake on his windowsill. "Like a snail afraid of its own shell." That night Theo dreamt of roots, thick, gnarled things coiling around his ankles, anchoring him to frozen ground. He woke gasping, the moonpetal seed blazing like a captured star in the dark. Driven by dread, he buried it behind his cottage, where the earth slept beneath frosted ferns. Winter descended, muffling Willowvale in silence. Theo's world narrowed to his hearth's flickering radius. But one bitter evening a sound pierced the stillness, a faint, crystalline chime. Lark stood at his door, mittens crusted with snow. "Come," she insisted, pulling him into the glittering night. "Hemlock needs us." They found the old gardener kneeling in his greenhouse, breath clouding the air. Before him sat a clay pot where Theo's planted seed should have slept. Instead, a slender stem had shattered the soil, crowned by a bud wrapped in ice. "It's fighting the season," Hemlock murmured. "Growth can't be rushed, but it can't be stopped either. It needs warmth, Theo, your warmth." Hesitantly, Theo cupped his hands around the frozen bud. As his palms met the ice, the moonpetal seed's stored heat surged through him, not scalding, but like sunlight soaking into chilled skin. The ice melted into dewdrops. The bud quivered, then unfurled into a flower unlike any moonpetal. Its petals shifted from dawn pink to twilight purple, and at its heart glimmered a tiny, revolving constellation. "Ah," breathed Hemlock. It needed the winter to find its true shape. Lark squeezed Theo's shoulder. "You did too." Theo tended the flower daily. When winds howled, he sang to it. When sunlight grew scarce, he reflected lamplight onto its leaves. Slowly he noticed other changes. The way frost etched delicate ferns on his window became beautiful, not bleak. How the creak of bare branches held a lonely kind of music. One afternoon he joined Lark gathering kindling, laughing as they slipped on icy paths. By spring thaw, the transformed moonpetal, now called a stardancer, had spread its roots to the greenhouse edges. Wherever they touched, ordinary seeds bloomed into flowers that shimmered with inner light. Theo brought cuttings to neighbors, his hand steady now, his voice clear as he explained their care. On the equinox, the village gathered at the reborn bonfire. Theo placed his stardancer at the center. As flames danced, the flower's constellation heart brightened, casting swirling galaxies of light onto joyful faces. Hemlock handed Theo a new sight, opal white and cool as moonlight. For next autumn, he winked. Theo cradled it, no longer fearing the chill to come. He'd learned that change was not an ending, but the soil where courage took root. Like the stardancer, he'd needed winter's stillness to discover his own resilient light. That night, as Willowvale slept under a sky dusted with stars, Theo left his window open. A breeze carried the scent of awakening earth and distant apple blossoms, a promise that even in letting go, the world gently held you. And in the soft dark, his heart bloomed quiet and bright, finally unafraid of seasons turning. Story 5. Story 6. The salty tang of the ocean hung heavy in the twilight air of the little coastal village of Pebblewick. Fishermen hauled their nets, their voices a low rumble like the distant waves, while gulls wheeled overhead, crying their farewells to the sun sinking into a molten sea. In a cottage perched on the edge of the whispering pine forest, young Finn sat by the window, his chin resting on his knees. He watched the familiar scene, a quiet boy often lost in his own thoughts, feeling a little like a driftwood piece washed ashore present, but not quite belonging. Finn wasn't like the other children who raced through the cobbled streets, shouting and laughing. He preferred the company of the tide pools, the intricate patterns of shells, and the secrets whispered by the wind in the pines. His grandmother Ilara, a woman whose face was a map of kindness etched by laughter and sea spray, often said Finn had salt water in his soul and starlight in his eyes. Tonight, as she stirred a pot of fragrant seaweed stew, she noticed his thoughtful silence. "Penny for your thoughts, little tide runner," she asked, her voice warm as the hearth fire crackling beside her. Finn traced a finger on the cool window pane. Do you think there are places no one knows about, Gran? Places hidden right under our noses?" Ilara smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes the color of storm-polished pebbles. "The world is far stranger and kinder than we often give it credit for, Finn. Sometimes the most magical places aren't found by looking hard, but by looking softly and with an open heart." She reached into the pocket of her worn apron and pulled out a small object, wrapped in a scrap of faded blue velvet. "This belonged to your grandfather. He found it washed up after a mighty storm the night before we met. He always said it was a key, though it never opened any lock he knew." With gentle hands, Finn unwrapped the velvet. Nestled within was a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was small, fitting snugly in his palm, its surface a swirling mosaic of mother-of-pearl that shimmered with an inner light blues like the deepest ocean trench, greens like sunlit kelp forests, and flecks of gold like captured starlight. It felt warm and pulsed faintly, like a tiny, sleeping heart. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, utterly captivated. "It's the whispering conch," Ilara said softly. Grandfather claimed it hummed with the secrets of the sea and the songs of hidden shores. He said it only truly sang for someone who listened not just with their ears, but with their whole being. Perhaps it's been waiting for you, Finn." That night, sleep eluded Finn. The whispering conch lay on his bedside table, its ethereal glow painting shifting patterns on the ceiling. A low, melodic hum, almost below hearing, seemed to vibrate through the wood, resonating in his bones. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Finn crept from his bed, dressed quickly, and slipped the warm shell into his pocket. He padded silently out of the cottage, the cool night air sharp and clean, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. The moon, a silver coin hung high in the velvet sky, cast long, mysterious shadows. Guided by the conch's gentle thrum, Finn found himself not heading towards the beach, but towards the ancient forest bordering the village. The towering pines, usually comforting, seemed taller, denser, their boughs whispering secrets in a language he almost understood. The conch's hum grew stronger, pulling him deeper into the woods, away from the familiar paths. He walked until the village lights were swallowed by the trees, and the only sounds were the rustle of unseen creatures and the sighing of the wind. Then he saw it, a curtain of luminous, silvery moss cascading down a sheer rock face he'd never noticed before. It shimmered like moonlight given form. The whispering conch pulsed warmly against his thigh. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and brushed the moss aside. It parted like water, revealing not solid rock, but an opening. Beyond was not darkness, but a soft, pearlescent glow. Taking a deep breath, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilarating wonder, Finn stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, sweeter, filled with the scent of exotic blooms and damp stone. He stood on a ledge overlooking a breathtaking, hidden world. Below him stretched a vast, subterranean cavern, illuminated by millions of tiny, bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls and ceiling like living constellations. Gigantic, glowing mushrooms taller than houses dotted the landscape, their caps shimmering in soft blues, purples, and greens. A gentle river, its water clear as crystal and glowing with its own soft light, meandered through the cavern, reflecting the celestial ceiling above. Strange, luminescent plants swayed gently in a warm, unseen breeze. It was a world woven from starlight and dreams that glimmer hollow. Finn stood transfixed, the whispering conch humming contentedly in his hand. But his awe was short-lived. A sharp, distressed cry echoed through the cavern, followed by a flurry of frantic, high-pitched chirping. Finn peered down. Near the glowing riverbank, a small creature was trapped. It looked like a cross between an oversized, fluffy rabbit and a tiny deer, with large, luminous eyes the color of moonstones and fur that shimmered like spun silver. Its delicate back leg was caught fast in the thick, sticky tendrils of a large, pulsating plant with deep purple leaves, a snare sprout, Finn would later learn. The creature struggled, its cries becoming more panicked, attracting the attention of shadowy shapes flitting through the giant mushroom stalks. Finn saw sleek, fox-like creatures with obsidian fur and eyes like cold emeralds, slinking closer. Instinct surged through him, overpowering his fear. He had to help. Carefully, he scrambled down the mossy slope towards the trapped creature. The shadowy foxes hissed, baring sharp teeth as he approached. Finn froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. He wasn't strong. He couldn't fight them. He looked down at the whispering conch, its light pulsing steadily. Listen not just with your ears, Gran's words echoed. He closed his eyes for a second, took a deep breath of the sweet, strange air, and focused not on the fear, but on the terrified creature and the hum of the shell. Then he began to hum himself. Not a song he knew, but a soft, wordless melody that rose from somewhere deep within, harmonizing strangely with the conch's vibration. He poured his feelings into it, his wish to help, his calm, his lack of threat. The sound, amplified subtly by the conch, resonated through the cavern. The shadow foxes paused, their emerald eyes narrowing, ears twitching. The frantic chirping of the trapped creature softened to a questioning warble. Finn opened his eyes and kept humming slowly, gently approaching the snare sprout. He knelt beside the shimmering creature, meeting its wide, frightened moonstone eyes. "It's okay," he whispered, the hum still threading through his voice. "I won't hurt you." He carefully examined the sticky tendrils. They weren't thorns, but more like gluey vines. Remembering how fishermen sometimes used seaweed oil to loosen tangled nets, Finn looked around. Spying a cluster of smooth, waxy leaves on a nearby glowing bush, he picked one. It felt cool and slightly oily. He gently rubbed the leaf over the sticky tendrils holding the creature's leg. Slowly, miraculously, the gluey substance began to dissolve. The creature stayed remarkably still, watching him with intelligent eyes, its little chest rising and falling rapidly. The shadow foxes watched, their hostility seeming to waver, replaced by a wary curiosity. Finn kept humming, focusing all his gentle intent on freeing the creature. Finally, with a soft pop, the last tendril released. The little silver creature scrambled free, shaking its leg and letting out a series of joyful, chiming chirps. It hopped closer to Finn, nudging his hand with its cool, velvety nose. He felt a wave of pure, grateful affection wash over him. One of the shadow foxes, the largest, took a cautious step forward. It sniffed the air, its green eyes fixed on Finn. He held his breath, the melody faltering slightly. The fox tilted its head, then made a soft, chuffing sound, almost like a purr. The others followed suit, their tense postures relaxing. They weren't predators here to attack. They were guardians, drawn by the distress call, wary of the strange intruder. His song had conveyed his purpose. The silver creature, whom Finn learned was called Illumina, chirped again and nudged him towards the river bank. Its name he understood through a combination of soft sounds and gentle nudges of feeling from the conch, was Pip. Pip hopped ahead, leading Finn along the glowing river. The shadow foxes whom Pip indicated were the shade gliders flanked them at a respectful distance, their dark forms gliding silently through the luminous undergrowth. Pip led Finn to a village nestled amongst the colossal mushroom stalks. Houses weren't built, but grown enormous, hollowed-out puffballs and intricately woven structures made from glowing vines and luminous reeds. The inhabitants were creatures of breathtaking diversity, tiny, winged beings like living fireflies, slow-moving, moss-covered creatures with wise, deep-set eyes, sleek water sprites who flowed like liquid silver in the river. They all paused as Finn approached, their luminous eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. A tall, elegant being stepped forward. Her skin resembled polished bark, shimmering with faint silver veins, and her hair was a cascade of glowing blue moss. Her eyes, ancient and kind, held the depth of the cavern itself. She was the grove tender, Elda. Pip chirped excitedly, gesturing with its nose towards Finn and then its own freed leg. Elda listened, then turned her gaze to Finn. He felt a gentle pressure, not in his ears, but in his mind. He instinctively held up the whispering conch. Its light pulsed brighter. Ah, Elda's voice resonated like wind through leaves, gentle yet clear. The tide singer returns. We felt its call when you crossed the veil. The tide singer, Finn asked, awestruck. The heart of the sea, the echo of the moon's pull, Elder explained. It chooses its bearer rarely. It scents the salt water in your soul, child of the surface. Pip tells us you used its song and the river leaf's touch to free him. You brought calm, not chaos. You are welcome here, Finn of Pebblewick. Finn learned that the Glimmer Hollow was an ancient, hidden refuge, sustained by the gentle energy of the luminous fungi and the crystal river. But Elda's expression soon grew troubled. Yet a shadow has fallen upon our light, she confided. The Heartstone, the great crystal that gathers the glow moss light and amplifies it to nourish all life in the hollow, has begun to dim. Its song weakens. Without it, our world will fade into darkness. The shade gliders patrol, but they sense an imbalance, a creeping coldness they cannot find. Finn felt the whispering conch grow warm, almost urgent. He looked at it, then at the worried faces of the Lumina, the shade gliders, and Elda. Maybe the tide singer can help, he offered hesitantly. It helped me listen before. Hope flickered in Elda's ancient eyes. The tide singer remembers the songs of the world. Perhaps it can hear the Heartstone's distress, understand what silences it. Will you try, tide singer's bearer? The journey to the Heartstone was deeper into the cavern, through forests of giant, glowing ferns and across bridges woven from luminous spider silk that spanned underground chasms. Pip bounded alongside, while two shade gliders, whom Finn learned were named Kale and Shira, moved silently as shadows beside him, their earlier wariness replaced by a protective watchfulness. Finn marveled at the hidden world, the waterfalls of liquid light, the groves of singing crystals that chimed in the warm breeze, the gentle, six-legged grazers that glowed softly as they munched on luminous lichen. Finally, they reached a vast, domed chamber. In its center, rising from a pool of the glowing water, stood the Heartstone. It was a colossal geode, taller than Finn's cottage, its interior facets pulsing with a rhythmic, radiant light, a deep, resonant blue that washed over the chamber like a slow, visual heartbeat. But the light was indeed dimmer than Finn imagined it should be, its pulse erratic, faltering. A strange chill hung in the air, a stark contrast to the warmth elsewhere in the hollow. Finn approached the base of the Heartstone. He could feel its weakened energy, a faint vibration underfoot. He closed his eyes and held the whispering conch tightly. He focused not on the visual spectacle, but on the feel of the place, on the conch's hum, on the faint, struggling pulse of the Heartstone. He listened with his whole being, as Gran had said. At first there was only the low thrum of the conch and the irregular, faint pulse of the stone. Then beneath it, Finn sensed something else. A discordant note. A feeling of blockage, of heaviness, of something cold clinging to the Heartstone's energy flow. He opened his eyes and walked slowly around the massive crystal, the conch held out before him like a compass. Near the back, partially submerged in the glowing pool where the water seemed sluggish and darker, the conch grew icy cold. Its light flickered erratically. "There," Finn whispered, pointing. "Something's wrong here." Kale, the larger shade glider, padded forward. With careful claws, he reached into the murky water at the base Finn indicated. He pulled out a tangle of thick, black, vine-like roots. They were unlike any plant in the hollow cold to the touch, leaching the warmth and light from the water around them. More of them seemed to be growing into the Heartstone's base from a crack in the cavern floor. Shadowroot, Elda breathed, her voice filled with dismay. "It is a parasite draining light and warmth. It must have found a fissure, grown deep from the colder layers below. But how did it spread so fast? We cleansed the pools regularly." Finn knelt by the water's edge, avoiding the chilling touch of the shadow root. He dipped his fingers into the glowing water near the infestation. It felt sluggish, cold. He remembered the river leaf he'd used to free Pipit's waxy, slightly oily surface that dissolved sticky bonds. "The river leaf," he said suddenly. "It dissolved the snare sprout's glue, maybe. Maybe it could loosen the shadow root's grip, or something like it." Elda's eyes lit up. "Wisdom from the Tidesinger's bearer, the river leaf possesses cleansing properties, but we need something stronger, something that carries warmth and light within it to counteract the cold darkness." She looked towards a cluster of the giant, glowing mushrooms nearby. "The suncaps, their spores are pure condensed light, warm and vibrant. If we could infuse the riverleaf essence with suncap spores." It was a delicate operation. Elder and the water sprites carefully harvested the glowing, golden spores from the suncaps, handling them like precious dust. Others gathered baskets of the waxy river leaves. Using smooth stones, they pounded the leaves into a thick, luminous paste in large, shallow basins made of polished crystal. Then, holding their breath, they gently stirred in the suncap spores. The paste began to glow with an intense, warm, golden light. Finn, Pip, Kale, Shira, and several water sprites carried the basins of glowing paste to the Heartstone. The water sprites, flowing like liquid mercury, carefully submerged themselves near the infestation. Finn and Pip used large, soft leaves like brushes to apply the glowing paste directly onto the cold, black shadow roots where they emerged from the crack and clung to the Heartstone. Where the paste touched the shadow root, it hissed faintly. The black roots recoiled, shriveling slightly, losing their oily sheen. The golden glow seeped into them, pushing back the cold darkness. It was slow work, painstakingly applying the paste, watching the shadow root weaken and retract. The shade gliders used their sharp claws to carefully pry the loosened roots away from the Heartstone as the paste did its work. As they worked, Finn hummed again, the melody soft and steady, amplified by the tide singer. He hummed of warmth, of light, of growth and cleansing streams. The water sprites seemed to move with more grace, the paste glowing brighter. The faint, struggling pulse of the Heartstone seemed to strengthen infinitesimally. Hours passed, marked only by the rhythmic application of the glowing paste and the gradual retreat of the shadow root. Finally, the last Inkai tendril was pulled free from the Heartstone and tossed onto a pile where it quickly withered into harmless ash. The crack in the floor was carefully sealed by Elda, and the moss-covered stone weavers using a paste made of glowing clay and crushed crystal. As the last of the shadow root was cleared, a profound change swept through the chamber. The Heartstone's dim pulse surged. The deep blue light within its facets flared, bright and strong, then settled into a powerful, steady rhythm. warmth radiated outwards, banishing the lingering chill. The sluggish water in the pool began to flow freely again, sparkling with renewed light. A collective sigh, like a breeze through leaves, rose from the gathered creatures of the hollow. Joyful chirping erupted from the lumina, the shade gliders let out soft, harmonious howls, and the water sprites danced in the rejuvenated current. Elda placed a cool, bark-like hand on Finn's shoulder. You listened, Tidesinger's bearer. You heard the discord, understood the need, and brought the wisdom of calm and the spark of light. You have saved the Glimmer Hollow. Finn looked around at the faces illuminated by the Heartstone's restored glow, Pip nuzzling his hand, Kale and Shira dipping their heads in respect, the water sprites shimmering, Elda smiling with ancient warmth. He felt a warmth inside him too, deeper than the Heartstone's radiance. It was the warmth of belonging, of purpose, of a friendship forged in the heart of wonder. He hadn't just found a hidden world, he had found a place where his quiet nature, his ability to listen and feel deeply, was not a weakness, but a rare and valuable strength. He stayed for a time, celebrated with sweet nectar and glowing fruit, listening to the songs of the hollow now sung with full voice. He learned more about the delicate balance of their world, the roles each creature played. He learned that the shade gliders weren't fearsome hunters, but protectors sensitive to shifts in energy, and Pip was a scout, quick and curious. He felt the whispering conch hum contentedly, its connection to this place and its creatures deepening. But Finn knew he couldn't stay forever. His world, his gran, awaited. As dawn approached on the surface, Elda led him back to the curtain of silvery moss. The veil will open for you whenever you hold the Tidesinger and your heart seeks the glimmer, she said. You are always welcome, Finn. Remember the light you carry within. Remember the strength in stillness, the wisdom in listening. Pip chirped a goodbye, pressing his cool nose to Finn's cheek. Kale and Shira chuffed softly. Finn held the whispering conch tightly, its light steady and warm. He stepped through the curtain of moss, emerging into the cool, pre-dawn air of the pine forest. The first rays of sunlight were painting the sky peach and gold above the trees. He looked back, but the luminous moss was just ordinary moss again, clinging to a familiar rock face. Yet he felt the conch's gentle hum, the echo of the Heartstone's steady pulse within him. He walked back to Pebblewick as the village stirred. He slipped into the cottage just as Alara was stoking the fire. She turned, her eyes searching his face, seeing the lingering wonder, the newfound quiet confidence. "Well, little tide runner," she asked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Find any hidden places?" Finn pulled the whispering conch from his pocket. It glowed softly in the dim cottage. "I found a place, Gran," he said, his voice filled with a warmth that hadn't been there before. "A place full of light and friends, and I learned that listening, truly listening, can be the bravest thing you do." He told her everything, the words tumbling out like pebbles smoothed by the sea, the Glimmer Hollow, Pip, the shade gliders, Elda, the shadow root, the Heartstone's song. Alara listened, her eyes shining with tears of joy and understanding. She pulled him into a warm embrace that smelled of hearth smoke and salt. "Ah, Finn, you found the magic not just out there," she whispered, "but right here." She tapped his chest gently. "The Tidesinger chose well. You carry the light now and the song of friendship." Finn knew his life was changed. He still loved the tide pools and the whispering pines, but now he saw them differently. He saw the potential for hidden wonders, the silent language of nature. He visited the Glimmer Hollow often, a bridge between two worlds. He brought Alara once, her wonder mirroring his own. He played with Pip, explored with Kale and Shira, and learned the ancient songs from Elda. He understood that true strength wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was the quiet hum of a shell, the gentle application of light, the courage to step into the unknown and listen with an open heart. And on clear nights when the moon was full, Finn would sometimes sit on the rocks overlooking the sea, the whispering conch warm in his hand. He'd hum the songs of the Glimmer Hollow, and if he listened very, very softly, he swore he could hear the distant, harmonious echo of the Heartstone's pulse, a reminder of the hidden light within the world and the enduring warmth of unexpected friendship, forever entwined with the salt water in his soul and the starlight in his eyes. The gentle rhythm was a lullaby of belonging, a promise that even the quietest heart could hold worlds of wonder, and he would drift into peaceful sleep, wrapped in the comforting certainty that magic, kindness, and enduring light were always closer than they seemed. Story 7. The village of Meadows Whisper nestled in a valley where sunlight always seemed softer, and the air hummed with a quiet, comforting magic. Clara, a girl with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart as curious as a sparrow, lived in a cottage with a thatched roof that sighed gently in the wind. Lately, however, strange little disturbances had ruffled the village's usual peace. It began with the butter. Every morning, Widow Honeysuckle would find her freshly churned butter, left overnight in its cool stone crock on the windowsill, mysteriously patterned with intricate swirls, like tiny, perfect whirlpools. Then the baker, Master Crust, discovered his best rolling pin, carved from smooth maple, missing every other morning, only to reappear later, polished to a gleaming shine and smelling faintly of wild mint. Finally, the cheerful clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, usually a steady heartbeat for the village, faltered when his smallest, most delicate tongs vanished from their hook, returning hours later wrapped in a leaf as soft as velvet. Whispers rustled through the lanes like dried leaves. Pixie mischief, claimed one villager. A forgetful wind sprite, suggested another. But Clara felt a prickle of curiosity, not fear. These weren't harmful pranks, they felt thoughtful, almost helpful, just terribly confusing. One crisp morning, Clara decided to investigate. She packed a small basket, warm oatcakes dusted with cinnamon, a jar of golden honey, and a flask of sweet mint tea. Her first stop was Widow Honeysuckle's cottage, fragrant with the scent of lavender and rising dough. "The swirls, dearie," the widow sighed, showing Clara the butter crock. "They're beautiful, truly, but why and how?" Clara peered closely. The swirls weren't random, they spiraled inward with astonishing precision. She touched the cold butter gently. "Did you notice anything else, widow? Any sounds, any unusual scents?" The widow thought, her brow furrowed like a plowed field. "Well, just before dawn yesterday, I thought I heard the tiniest chime, like a bell no bigger than a bluebell, and the air smelled greener, like moss after rain." Next, Clara visited Master Crust's warm, flour-dusted bakery. He gestured to his gleaming rolling pin. "It comes back smoother than ever, and that minty smell like someone polished it with a meadow." He scratched his head. "Heard a soft shushing sound last night, like little feet brushing stone." At the forge, the blacksmith, a gentle giant named Borin, held up the velvety leaf that had wrapped his tongs. "See, Moonpetal Leaf only grows deep in Whisperwood Glen. Who's climbing trees for my tongs?" Clara's mind whirred. Tiny chimes, green scents, shushing sounds, moonpetal leaves, and objects returned improved. This wasn't malice, it felt like appreciation. Or perhaps a misunderstanding. She needed wiser counsel. She walked the winding path to the edge of the village, where Old Man Thistle lived in a cottage seemingly grown from the hillside itself. Vines clung to its stone walls, and the air buzzed with sleepy bees. Thistle wasn't a wizard, not exactly, but he understood the quiet language of roots, stones, and small creatures. He sat on a sun-warmed bench, carving a piece of fragrant cedar. "Ah, Clara," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves. "Come about the little disturbances, have you?" His eyes, bright as polished river stones, twinkled. Clara sat beside him, sharing her oatcakes and observations. She described the chimes, the scents, the shushing sounds, the moonpetal leaf, and the returned objects, the swirled butter, the polished wood, the clean tongs. Thistle listened, nodding slowly. He took a deep breath, smelling the air. Green scent like damp moss and crushed fern, chimes like tiny bells, shushing like soft fur on stone. He closed his eyes for a moment, and things returned better than before, touched by care. He opened his eyes. Tell me, child, what do these things do? The butter, the rolling pin, the tongs. Clara thought. The butter is spread on bread. The rolling pin shapes dough. The tongs handle hot metal. Thistle stroked his beard, made more of moss than hair. Tools of creation and care, used to make things, to shape things, to handle things gently. He pointed a gnarled finger towards the whispering expanse of Whisperwood Glen. Deep in the oldest part of the glen, where the moon petals bloom, live the moss mice. Moss mice. Clara breathed. Tiny creatures no bigger than your thumb, Thistle explained. Fur like the softest moss, voices like tiny chimes, shy as shadows, gentle as dew. They revere things made by hand, things used with care and skill, especially things that shape. A spark ignited in Clara's mind. So the moss mice are taking these things. The butter is shaped in the churn, the rolling pin shapes dough, the tongs shape metal. Exactly, Thistle nodded. They see these objects as sacred tools of shaping. They take them, I suspect, to admire them, perhaps even to honor them. The swirls in the butter, likely their tiny paws tracing the beauty of its form, polishing the wood, an act of reverence, wrapping the tongs in moon petal, a gift of their most precious leaf. But why return them? Clara asked. Because they understand deep down that these tools belong here, Thistle said softly. They don't mean to cause worry, they simply don't know how else to express their admiration. Their borrowing is clumsy, born of wonder, not mischief. Clara felt a wave of warmth. The mystery wasn't frightening, it was sweet, almost tender. How do we tell them, how do we thank them, but ask them to please leave the things where they are? Old Man Thistle smiled. With respect, child, and with something shaped just for them. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Clara returned to Widow Honeysuckle. Together they churned a small, special pat of butter. Clara used a tiny spoon to carefully shape it into a perfect miniature sphere, smooth as a pearl. Master Crust carved a tiny rolling pin, no longer than Clara's finger, from a scrap of fragrant sandalwood. Borin, with surprising delicacy, fashioned a pair of minuscule tongs from a sliver of copper wire, perfect for handling a spark. Clara placed these 3 tiny tributes on a smooth, moss-covered stone at the very edge of Whisperwood Glen, just as the first stars blinked awake. Beside them she left a thimble-sized cup filled with the clearest honey and a single, perfect moon-petal leaf. She whispered into the gathering dusk, for the gentle shapers, with thanks for your care. Please enjoy these gifts made just for you. She retreated to the shadow of an ancient oak and waited, her breath held. The air grew still, filled only with the chirping of crickets. Then a soft, green scent drifted on the breeze. Tiny chimes, like a constellation of falling stars, tinkled softly. She saw, just for a fleeting moment, a flicker of movement, small, mossy shapes, fur gleaming faintly in the starlight, gathering around the stone. There were soft shushing sounds, gentle chimes of delight, and then silence. The tiny gifts were gone. The next morning, Widow Honeysuckle's butter was smooth and untouched. Master Crust's rolling pin rested heavily on its shelf. Borin's tongs hung firmly on their hook. The strange disturbances had ceased. But later that day, Clara found something on her own windowsill. 3 perfect, impossibly tiny circles of woven grass, each holding a single dewdrop that sparkled like a captured star. And the air around them carried the faintest, sweetest scent of moss and moonlight. The village of Meadows Whisper settled back into its cozy rhythm, warmed by the knowledge that they shared their valley with gentle, unseen neighbors who admired the quiet magic of skilled hands and caring hearts. Clara kept the tiny grass circles on her bedside table, a reminder that even the smallest mysteries could be solved with kindness, observation, and a willingness to see wonder in the world. And whenever the scent of damp moss drifted on the breeze, or a tiny chime seemed to echo from the glen, she'd smile, feeling the peaceful presence of the moss mice, the quiet guardians of shape and care, forever honored in the heart of their hidden home. The night wrapped around Meadow's whisper like a soft, familiar blanket, holding its gentle secrets close. Story 8. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. The air here hummed with unseen currents, smelling perpetually of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet tang of moonberries ripening on hidden vines. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. At night the forest floor glowed softly with foxfire moss, painting pathways in cool, bioluminescent blues and greens. Pip's world was one of intricate, hidden lives. He shared his burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak with his mother, whose quills held the silvery sheen of countless moons. He knew the precise rhythm of the woodpecker family high in the ash tree, the meticulous weaving of the spider, Mistress Arachne, between the holly bushes, and the shy, nocturnal foraging of the badger clan in the fern dell. Each creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the majestic, rarely seen stag beetle, played a part in the great balance, a delicate harmony maintained by the forest itself, and whispered about by the oldest inhabitants. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Pip nosed through a carpet of rustling, crimson maple leaves searching for plump hazelnuts, he noticed something unsettling. The air, usually crisp and invigorating, felt heavy and strangely still. The vibrant hum of insects was muted. Even the usually boisterous chatter of squirrels seemed subdued. High above, perched on a moon-silvered branch, sat the great gray owl, known simply as Old Hoot. His eyes, vast pools of ancient amber, observed the forest with profound stillness. "Old Hoot," Pip called up, his small voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. "Why does the forest hold its breath? The air tastes flat." Old Hoot swiveled his head slowly, his feathers ruffling like old parchment. "Young Pip," he hooted softly, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. "The great balance trembles, the autumn equinox approaches, the time when the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, but the harmony feels frayed, the whispering stones by the crystal spring murmur of unease." The whispering stones. Pip had heard tales of them, three smooth, moss-covered boulders nestled near the heart of the forest, where the clearest water bubbled from the earth. They were said to be the forest's memory, resonating with its deepest rhythms. A tremor of both fear and excitement ran down Pip's spines. "What troubles the stones, Old Hoot?" "A dissonance," the owl replied, his voice grave. "A shift in the ancient patterns, the magic that ties leaf fall to frost, berry ripening to starlight is faltering. If the equinox arrives and the balance is not restored, the magic woven into the whisperwood might unravel. The gentle rains could turn harsh, the protective mists might vanish, and the deep, nourishing sleep of winter, it might not come." Pip's heart clenched. Without winter's deep sleep, the forest couldn't renew itself. The thought of brittle, lifeless trees and silent, hungry creatures filled him with dread. "What can we do?" "Seek the wisdom keeper," Old Hoot advised. "Follow the scent of frost-kissed ferns and the sound of water laughing over smooth pebbles. She dwells where the oldest magic gathers." The wisdom keeper. Pip knew only legends, an ageless creature, guardian of the forest's deepest lore. He took a deep breath, the scent of decaying leaves and distant frost suddenly sharp in his nostrils. He had to find her. Gathering his courage, Pip bid Old Hoot farewell and set off, his tiny claws crunching softly on the deepening leaf litter. His journey led him deeper into the Whisperwood than he had ever ventured. He followed a rivulet that chuckled over polished stones, its water icy cold and tasting faintly of minerals. He passed groves where trees seemed to lean together, sharing secrets in rustling sighs. He saw wonders, mushrooms that pulsed with soft internal light, patches of moss that shimmered like scattered emeralds, and once a fleeting glimpse of a creature woven from dappled sunlight and shadow that vanished like smoke. The air grew colder, carrying the clean, sharp scent of approaching frost. The path became steeper, winding between colossal, moss-draped boulders. Pip felt a thrumming in the earth beneath his paws, a deep, resonant vibration that matched the beat of his own heart. Then he heard it, a voice like the wind sighing through ancient pines, yet warm as sun-warmed stone. "Come closer, little seeker." Nestled in a small, sheltered clearing surrounded by towering firs stood a magnificent badger. Her fur was the color of storm clouds and starlight, streaked with pure white that seemed to glow faintly. Her eyes held the depth and calm of undisturbed forest pools. She was the Wisdom Keeper. Pip bowed his head respectfully, his spines lying flat. "Wisdom Keeper," he squeaked, the cold air making his breath plume. "Old Hoot sent me, the stones whisper of dissonance, the balance trembles." The badger regarded him with gentle understanding. "Indeed, young Pip, the threads of seasonal magic are tangled. The deep magic that connects the falling leaf to the forming frost crystal, the fading berry to the sleeping seed, it is strained." She nudged a pile of vibrant autumn leaves with her broad nose. "Feel them, they should hum with the promise of decay and renewal. They feel silent." Pip cautiously touched a brilliant orange leaf. It felt dry, brittle, devoid of the subtle warmth and energy he associated with autumn's transformation. "Why?" he asked. "The source of the dissonance lies deep," the Wisdom Keeper murmured. "Near the whispering stones themselves, something disrupts the flow of the spring, the heart water of the forest. It blocks the resonance, silences the harmony." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "I am bound to this glade by ancient wards during the equinox thinning. I cannot go. But you, young Pip, small and keen of sense, you can journey where I cannot. You must find the source of the blockage and clear it. Listen to the stones, they will guide you." The task felt enormous. Pip was just a small hedgehog. But the image of the silent life, the heavy air, the fear in Old Hoot's voice spurred him on. He nodded, determination hardening within him. "I will try." The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to his forehead. A wave of calm and quiet strength washed over him, smelling of cedar and cold stone. "Trust the forest, Pip, trust your friends. Listen with more than your ears." Guided by the Wisdom Keeper's instructions and the increasingly strong vibration in the ground, Pip navigated the final stretch to the crystal spring. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and wet rock. He emerged into a sacred grove. 3 colossal stones, smooth as river-worn pebbles but ancient as the hills, stood in a semicircle around a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. The water bubbled gently from a fissure in the rock, but instead of its usual merry chuckle, the sound was choked, gurgling weakly. Around the stones, the vibrant moss looked dull and gray. The stones themselves emitted a low, discordant hum, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in Pip's bones. He approached cautiously, his senses straining. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as the Wisdom Keeper had advised. Beneath the discord he heard faint whispers, sighs of the wind, the murmur of roots deep underground, the echo of falling leaves. They spoke of obstruction, of something foreign wedged deep within the spring's source. Pip peered into the bubbling fissure. The water struggled to rise, swirling sluggishly around something dark and jagged lodged deep within the rock. It looked like a piece of cold, black iron, perhaps lost long ago, now poisoning the pure flow. Its presence felt utterly wrong, a harsh, metallic dissonance against the forest's soft, organic magic. He tried to reach it with his small paws, but the fissure was too narrow, the water too deep. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he move it? He was too small. Remembering the Wisdom Keeper's words, "Trust your friends," Pip took a deep breath and focused. He sent out a silent call, not with sound, but with the quiet urgency of his heart, amplified by the grove's fading magic. He pictured the choked spring, the silent stones, the need for strong paws and clever minds. Moments later, a rustle came from the ferns. Bramble, the sturdy young badger from the dell, emerged, his dark eyes serious. Then came Willow, the quick-witted squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with concern. Even Mistress Arachne descended on a silken thread, her many eyes reflecting the dim light. They had felt Pip's silent summons, the tremor in the balance reaching their hearts. "We heard the forest sigh, Pip," Bramble rumbled softly. "What needs doing?" Pip explained quickly, pointing to the choked fissure. "The black thing, it blocks the heart water. It silences the stones." Willow scampered to the edge. "Too deep for paws, too narrow for snouts," she chattered. Mistress Arachne surveyed the opening thoughtfully. "Strength alone will not serve," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "The way is constricted. Weave a net of strength and cunning." An idea sparked in Pip's mind. "Bramble, your claws are strong. Can you loosen the earth around the rock? Willow, your tail is powerful. Could it stir the water, shift the thing upwards? Mistress Arachne, could you weave a net, strong and fine, to catch it if it moves?" Bramble nodded, immediately setting his powerful claws to work, carefully scraping and loosening the wet earth and smaller stones packed around the dark obstruction. Willow positioned herself downstream, her magnificent tail submerged, ready to create a powerful current. Mistress Arachne worked with astonishing speed, spinning strands of silk tougher than leather, weaving them into a delicate but incredibly strong net held taut between two sturdy ferns near the water's surface. Pip directed, his heart pounding. "Now, Bramble, gently loosen it. Willow, now push the water." Bramble gave a focused grunt, dislodging a key piece of sediment. Willow whipped her tail with all her might, creating a sudden, forceful surge of water rushing up the fissure. The black object shifted, wobbled, then was abruptly lifted by the churning water. It shot upwards, tumbling through the current. "Now, Mistress Arachne," Pip cried. The spider's net, perfectly positioned, caught the tumbling object. It was indeed a large, sharp shard of black iron, cold and inert. As it landed in the net, a visible shudder ran through the stones. The discordant hum ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, resonant silence. Then a new sound began. A deep, harmonious thrumming rose from the stones, vibrating through the earth, the water, the very air. It was the sound of the forest breathing freely again. The choked gurgle of the spring transformed into a joyous, crystal-clear burble as water surged freely from the fissure, pure and sparkling, filling the pool until it overflowed in a tiny, laughing stream. The effect was immediate and magical. The gray moss around the stones flushed vibrant green. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of ozone and fresh water. High above, a shaft of late afternoon sun pierced the canopy, striking the pool and sending rainbows dancing across the stones and the surrounding ferns. Relief washed over Pip, warm and sweet as summer honey. Bramble rumbled with satisfaction, Willow did a joyful flip, and Mistress Arachne carefully bundled the cold iron shard in her silk, ready to carry it far away from the sacred spring. As Pip and his friends made their way back through the Whisperwood, the change was palpable. The air hummed with the busy sounds of insects preparing for evening. Squirrels chattered brightly. The leaves, though still falling, now rustled with a vibrant energy, each one seeming to glow with its own inner light as it spiraled down. The scent of frost-kissed ferns was strong and pure, carrying the promise of the deep, renewing sleep to come. They found Old Hoot and the Wisdom Keeper waiting near Pip's burrow. The great gray owl nodded solemnly. The harmony sings true once more, young Pip, the stones murmur of gratitude. The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to Pip's again, then to each of his friends. You listened, you worked together, you understood that strength comes in many forms and that the smallest voice, when joined with others in harmony, can mend the greatest tear in the balance. This wisdom, woven into the Whisperwood tonight, will echo through generations. As the first true frost of the season began to delicately lace the edges of leaves and sparkle on spiderwebs under the rising moon, Pip snuggled deep into his burrow beside his mother. The forest outside whispered its nightly lullaby, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Old Hoot, the soothing chuckle of the newly freed Crystal Springs stream. The air smelled of cold earth, wood smoke from distant hearths, real or imagined, and the sweet, clean promise of winter's rest. He had felt the forest's fear and witnessed its healing. He had learned that balance wasn't stillness, but a dynamic dance requiring every note, every creature, every season playing its part. The whispering stones hummed their deep, resonant song of harmony, a comforting vibration felt through the roots of the grandfather oak, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest, most ancient woods, wisdom, friendship, and courage could always light the way and restore the peace. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the soft glow of foxfire moss outside his burrow pulsed gently, like the forest's own steady, sleeping heartbeat. Story 9. The forest behind Oliver's cottage had always whispered secrets. Not in words, of course, but in the rustle of ancient oaks, the gurgle of the hidden brook, and the dappled sunlight that painted shifting patterns on mossy stones. Oliver, a quiet boy of 10 with eyes the color of storm clouds, felt those secrets humming in his bones. His grandmother called it fancy. "Your head's always in the clouds, child," she'd say, kneading dough at the worn kitchen table. But Oliver knew it was more. He felt the forest breathing. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for fallen chestnuts, Oliver strayed deeper than usual. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled through the dense canopy, casting long, dancing shadows. As he pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow branches, his boot struck something hard and smooth. Kneeling, he brushed away layers of crimson and gold leaves. Beneath them lay a stone. Not ordinary jagged granite, but a perfect, palm-sized sphere of deepest obsidian. It felt cool and strangely heavy in his hand. When he tilted it, the surface seemed to ripple like dark water, catching flecks of light that weren't there. Curious, Oliver held the stone up to his eye, peering through it towards the gnarled trunk of an ancient yew tree. The world shimmered. The solid bark dissolved into swirling motes of gold and emerald, revealing an archway woven from living roots and shimmering spider silk. It pulsed with a soft, inviting light. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and wonder, Oliver stepped forward, the obsidian sphere warm against his skin. He passed through the archway as if stepping through a curtain of cool mist. The world that unfolded stole his breath. Luminescent mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns along paths of crushed moonstone. Trees stretched impossibly high, their leaves shimmering with iridescent blues and purples. Flowers bloomed with petals of crystalline glass, chiming softly in a breeze that carried the scent of honey and starlight. This was Fernhaven, a hidden realm nestled within the heart of the ordinary forest. Oliver stood frozen, the obsidian sphere humming gently in his grasp, the key that had unlocked the unseen. A soft cheer-up broke the silence. From behind a cluster of singing, bluebells emerged a creature, no taller than Oliver's knee. It resembled a slender fox, but its fur was the shifting green of forest shadows, and large, luminous eyes, the color of polished amber, regarded him with cautious intelligence. Two delicate moth-like wings, dusted with silver, fluttered nervously at its back. It tilted its head, chirruping again, a sound like tiny bells. "Hello," Oliver whispered, crouching slowly. "I'm Oliver. I didn't mean to intrude." The creature blinked, then cautiously padded closer. It sniffed the obsidian sphere in Oliver's hand, then let out a soft, musical trill that seemed to carry understanding. It tapped the stone with a delicate paw, then tapped its own chest. "Kalen," the sound seemed to say within Oliver's mind, a gentle brush against his thoughts. He understood. The stone was a seeing stone, revealing what was hidden to ordinary eyes. And Kalen was a fernling, a guardian of this secret world. Kalen led Oliver along the glowing paths. Fernhaven was breathtaking, but Oliver soon sensed an undercurrent of unease. The vibrant colors seemed muted in patches. Some of the singing flowers were silent, their crystalline petals dull. The very air felt heavier in places, tinged with a faint, acrid smell like damp ashes. Kalen's cheer-ups grew low and anxious as they approached a clearing where a magnificent tree of light stood. Its trunk pulsed with a soft, golden radiance, but its highest branches were shrouded in a creeping, Inkai shadow that seemed to absorb the light. Tendrils of darkness dripped down like tarry tears, staining the bark where they touched. Kalen pointed a trembling paw at the shadow, then at the roots of the tree. There Oliver saw patches of sickly gray fungus spreading, draining the vibrant moss. The fernling's amber eyes held deep sorrow and fear. This creeping blight, the shadow mire, was choking Fernhaven. The tree of light was the heart of the realm, and its dimming threatened everything. Kalen chirped urgently, gesturing towards the distant, mist-shrouded peaks visible beyond the canopy, the whispering heights. Legends Kalen conveyed through images and feelings projected with the seeing stone's aid spoke of a pure spring of starlight hidden there. Its water alone could cleanse the shadow mire and heal the tree. Oliver looked from the suffering tree to the small, winged fernling beside him. Fear clenched his stomach. The heights looked vast and unknown. But Kalen's large eyes held a plea, and the fading light in the clearing felt like a physical ache. He thought of the forest outside, the one he loved, connected to this hidden heart. "We have to try," Oliver said, his voice firmer than he felt. He tucked the seeing stone safely into his pocket. "Show me the way, Kalen." Their journey began through meadows of whispering, silver grass that parted before them like liquid metal. They crossed a bridge woven from living vines over a river where fish sparkled like fallen constellations. Kalen proved an invaluable guide, his knowledge of Fernhaven deep. He showed Oliver how to step on certain mossy stones that sang a safe path across a bog of iridescent bubbles, and which glowing berries were safe to eat, bursting with flavors of sunshine and cool mint. Oliver shared the crusty bread and sharp cheese from his pocket, which Kalen nibbled with delicate curiosity, chirping in delight. Their friendship blossomed in shared silence and small gestures. Oliver learned to interpret the nuances of Kalen's cheer-ups and the flick of his tail. Kalen, in turn, seemed fascinated by Oliver's human perspective, his sturdy boots, and the way he sketched their journey in a small notebook with a stubby pencil. They communicated through the seeing stone, feelings and images flowing between them, warmth, caution, wonder, and a growing, shared resolve. The path grew steeper, leading into foothills where jagged, amethyst crystals jutted from the earth. The air grew colder, and the vibrant life of lower Fernhaven thinned. Here, the shadow mire's touch was more pronounced. Patches of ground were barren and gray, emitting a faint, chilling mist. Strange, skittering shapes moved in the periphery, drawn to the blight. They encountered their first challenge near a narrow pass guarded by towering crystal spires. The ground crumbled treacherously into a chasm filled with swirling, gray fog, a direct manifestation of the shadow mire. The only way across was a series of precarious, floating stones, slick with the same oily residue as the blight on the tree. Kalen fluttered anxiously. Oliver's palms grew slick with sweat. He took a deep breath, focusing on the seeing stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, peering through it. The stone revealed the true nature of the floating path. The slickness wasn't just oil. It was a thin layer of clinging darkness that fed on fear and hesitation. But within each floating stone, the stone revealed a tiny, resilient core of pure, clear light, like a trapped star. "Don't look down, Kalen," Oliver whispered, more to himself. "Look at the light inside the stones. Step only where the light is strongest." He projected the image through the stone. Kalen chirped understanding, his wings buzzing with focus. Oliver went first, stepping lightly but decisively, choosing stones where the inner light shone brightest through the seeing stone. He focused on the warmth of the light, pushing back his fear. The stones felt firm beneath his boots. Kalen followed, his small paws finding the same safe spots, his wings helping him balance. They crossed the chasm, leaving the clinging gray mist behind, hearts pounding with shared triumph. The lesson settled in Oliver's heart. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, guided by inner light. Higher they climbed into the whispering heights. The landscape became starkly beautiful wind-sculpted rock formations, frozen waterfalls of blue ice, and skies painted in perpetual twilight hues. The air hummed with a deep, resonant sound, like the earth itself breathing. The shadowmire here was less pervasive but more potent, concentrated in swirling vortices of dark energy that crackled with cold malice. They had to navigate carefully, using the seeing stone to detect safe paths invisible to the naked eye. One evening, huddled in a shallow cave for shelter from a biting wind, they faced despair. The map Kalen carried, etched on a large, dried leaf, had been damaged by a sudden gust near a shadowmire vortex. The final path to the spring of starlight was obscured. Exhaustion and cold gnawed at them. Oliver felt tears prickle his eyes. They'd come so far only to be lost. Kalen nudged Oliver's hand, then placed his small paw over the seeing stone in Oliver's pocket. He chirped softly, a sound like falling snow. Oliver understood. He held the stone, and Kalen placed his paw upon it. Together they focused not on the map, but on the memory of the spring, the pure, healing light they sought. The stone grew warm, then hot. It pulsed, and a beam of pure, soft light shot from its surface, cutting through the twilight like a silver needle, pointing unerringly towards a hidden cleft in a distant, ice-covered peak. The stone hadn't just revealed the hidden world, it amplified their shared hope and purpose, guiding them true. Oliver realized the stone's true power wasn't just sight, but connection to the world and to each other. The final ascent was grueling. They scaled sheer ice walls using ropes woven from glowing vines Kalen summoned. They evaded lumbering, shadow-infused rock creatures by hiding in crevices revealed by the seeing stone. The air grew thin, and the whispers of the heights became a constant, soothing murmur in their minds, urging them onward. Finally, they stood before a narrow fissure, veiled by a curtain of frozen mist. The seeing stone glowed fiercely in Oliver's hand, resonating with the power beyond. Pushing through the icy veil, they entered a cavern bathed in ethereal, silver light. The spring of starlight wasn't water, but liquid moonlight. It bubbled gently from a cleft in the purest white rock, filling a small, perfectly circular pool. The light wasn't harsh, it was soft, cool, and filled the cavern with a profound sense of peace and ancient purity. Tiny motes of light, like captive stars, danced in the air above it. The cavern walls glittered with embedded crystals that refracted the spring's radiance into mesmerizing patterns. The shadowmire couldn't touch this place. Its light was anathema to the darkness. Kalen let out a pure, joyous trill that echoed in the cavern. Oliver sank to his knees, the journey's weight lifting in the face of such beauty. Using a hollow gourd Kalen had carried for this purpose, Oliver carefully scooped up the shimmering liquid light. It felt cool and strangely weightless, humming with potent energy. They filled the gourd to the brim, its surface glowing softly. The journey back was swifter, fueled by hope. They retraced their steps, the seeing stone helping them avoid dangers. The Shadowmire seemed to recoil from the gourd's light. As they neared the clearing of the Tree of Light, the blight felt more oppressive, the air thicker with despair. The tree's golden pulse was faint, flickering weakly. The Shadowmire had spread further, its inkai tendrils now reaching halfway down the trunk. The guardians of Fernhaven, other fernlings with fur of mossy brown and sky blue, their wings drooping, gathered in a silent, sorrowful circle. They gasped as Kalen and Oliver emerged, their eyes fixed on the glowing gourd. Kalen chirped urgently, explaining their quest. Hope, fragile but bright, flickered in their large eyes. Oliver approached the tree. The Shadowmire seemed to sense the threat. A low, menacing hum filled the air, and the inkai tendrils writhed, lashing out like dark whips. One struck towards Oliver, cold and paralyzing. Kalen darted forward with astonishing speed, his small body shielding Oliver. The tendril struck Kalen's wing. He cried out a sound of pure pain and crumpled, his wing stained with a sickly gray smear. Kalen. Oliver cried, anguish tearing through him. He dropped beside his friend, cradling the small, trembling form. The Shadowmire pulsed victoriously. Rage, hot and fierce, surged through Oliver, but beneath it was a deeper current, the connection he shared with Kalen, the love for this world, the pure light of the spring. He wouldn't let fear or anger win. He remembered crossing the chasm, focusing on the inner light. Holding the seeing stone tightly in one hand, Oliver poured the liquid starlight from the gourd onto the roots of the tree, where the Shadowmire fungus was thickest, directing his will through the stone. "Be gone," he whispered, not with anger, but with the focused intensity of pure hope, and the bond he shared with Kalen and Fernhaven. The seeing stone blazed, amplifying his intention. The effect was instantaneous and profound. Where the starlight touched the gray fungus, it sizzled and dissolved into harmless wisps of silver smoke. The liquid light flowed upwards, following the tree's veins like liquid fire, but cool and pure. It met the creeping Shadowmire tendrils. The darkness recoiled, shrieking silently, dissolving wherever the light touched. It retreated like a living thing wounded, shrinking back up the trunk, evaporating into nothingness as the pure starlight pursued it relentlessly. The Tree of Light began to pulse again, stronger and stronger, its golden radiance bursting forth, brighter than ever. It washed over the clearing, over the watching fernlings, over Oliver, and over Kalen. The gray smear on Kalen's wings shimmered and vanished under the tree's renewed light. Kalen stirred, his amber eyes fluttering open, filled with relief and warmth. He chirped weakly, nuzzling Oliver's hand. Fernhaven bloomed. Colors deepened, the singing flowers chimed louder and sweeter, the luminescent mushrooms glowed with renewed vigor. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by an air of vibrant, joyful life. The fernlings erupted in a symphony of cheer-ups and trills, dancing on the revitalized moss, their wings shimmering. They gathered around Oliver and Kalen, their large eyes filled with profound gratitude. Oliver felt it wash over him, a warmth that wasn't just from the tree, but from the shared triumph, the mended world, the unbreakable bond forged in the journey. Oliver knew it was time to return. He hugged Kalen gently, the fernling pressing his small head against Oliver's cheek, a soft chirp resonating with love and farewell. They understood each other perfectly, without needing the stone. Oliver placed the seeing stone carefully at the base of the healed Tree of Light. It belonged here, guarding the threshold. He didn't need it to remember or to see the magic that now lived within him. Passing back through the rutan silk archway felt like stepping through a curtain of warm rain. He emerged into the familiar forest behind his cottage. The late afternoon sun slanted golden through the autumn leaves. The air smelled of wood smoke and damp earth, ordinary, comforting scents. He looked back. The ancient yew stood solid, unremarkable. No archway shimmered. Yet the forest felt different. He could feel the hum of Fernhaven beneath the surface, a gentle, protective warmth. He could see the resilience in the moss, the quiet strength in the trees, the interconnected life in a way he never had before. He had brought the hidden world's wisdom back with him. Back in the warm, lamplit kitchen, his grandmother looked up from her knitting. "There you are, Oliver. I was starting to worry. Find any chestnuts?" Oliver smiled, a quiet, deep smile that reached his storm-cloud eyes. He held out his hands, empty of chestnuts, but full of something far more precious. "I found something better, Gran," he said softly. He didn't tell her about Fernhaven, Kalen, or the Shadowmire. Some secrets were meant to be felt, not spoken. But as he sat by the crackling fire that evening, the ordinary forest sounds outside the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl carried a melody he now understood. It was the echo of a hidden world, safe and singing, a testament to courage found in small steps, wisdom shared with unlikely friends, and the enduring light that exists even in the deepest shadows, waiting to be seen by those who know how to look and, more importantly, how to feel. He drifted to sleep that night, not under a blanket, but wrapped in the quiet, comforting certainty that magic wasn't just in hidden realms, but in the courage to care, the strength of friendship, and the interconnected heart of all living things, pulsing gently beneath the surface of the everyday world. And in his dreams, silver paths glowed, and a small, amber-eyed friend chirped a lullaby of pure starlight. Story 10. The evening mist curled like silver ribbons around the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke waltzed with the stars and fireflies blinked their lanterns in the drowsy meadows. In a cottage crowned with ivy, young Clara traced the frost patterns on her window pane, feeling a familiar ache in her chest. While other children chased frogs by the creek, Clara wandered alone, listening to whispers in the willow branches and humming melodies only she could hear. Her grandmother called her a moonbeam child, touched by something ancient and unseen. One rain-scented afternoon, while exploring the cobwebbed solitude of the attic, Clara discovered a wooden chest beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. Inside, nestled in blue velvet, lay an object that made her breath catch, a music box carved from dark heartwood, inlaid with constellations of mother-of-pearl. When she lifted the lid, no tinkling melody emerged. Yet deep within her bones, Clara felt a resonant chord vibrating, a low, warm thrum like distant thunder or a mountain's heartbeat. The villagers heard nothing when she demonstrated it, but old Mr. Thistleby the bookseller grew pale. "That's the Heartwood echo," he murmured. "Legend says it calls only to those who can mend broken magic." That night, the vibration deepened into a pulsing glow. Drawn like a compass needle, Clara slipped into her boots, tucked the music box into her satchel, and followed the sound into Starlight Forest. Ancient oaks arched overhead, their trunks etched with glowing sigils that shimmered as she passed. The forest seemed to reshape itself, a hidden path unfurled where only brambles grew before, lit by mushrooms radiating soft cobalt light. Ferns trembled as invisible creatures rustled nearby. The heartbeat song led her to a moonlit clearing, where a waterfall cascaded liquid silver into a pool. There, crumpled at the water's edge, lay a creature unlike any she'd imagined. He was woven from fractured light and living vines, with antlers like crystallized birch branches and eyes like molten amber. One of his luminous legs was snared in a tangle of creeping black thorns that pulsed with unnatural cold. The shadow vines he rasped, voice like wind through reeds. they drained the forest's song. His name was Lumen, he explained, a guardian of the whispering woods, a realm hidden within ordinary forests sustained by harmony. But the shadow vines, born from forgotten sorrow, were silencing the land. The Heartwood echo was a key, capable of healing tears in the world's melody, if Clara could learn to wield it. Thus began their journey toward the Singing Peaks, where the first tree's roots held the forest's fading heartbeat. Lumen taught Clara to listen, not with ears, but with her spirit. She learned to distinguish the oak's bassoon-like hum from the pine's flute song, the chuckle of streams from the piccolo trill of hummingbird wings. The shadow vines pursued them, spreading silence in their wake. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow tree, Lumen glowed dimmer. "The thorns poison my light," he confessed. "Without the forest's song, I cannot heal." Panic fluttered in Clara's throat until she remembered the echo. Placing it against his wound, she focused not on fear, but on the memory of her grandmother's lullabies, warm and golden as honey. The music box pulsed, emitting a visible ripple of sound that pushed back the thorns. Lumen's light flared brighter, and he stared at her in awe. "You conduct the echo with your kindness, little bridge." Their path grew treacherous. They crossed the bridge of sighs, woven from spider silk, where mournful spirits tried to lure them into the chasm below. Clara played the echo, weaving a counter-melody of hope that steadied the bridge. In the cavern of echoes, distorted reflections taunted Clara with her loneliness. "No one understands you," hissed her shadow self. But Lumen stood beside her. "Understanding blooms in shared silence too," he said gently. Together they hummed until the cavern echoed with a chord so pure it shattered the illusions. Near the Singing Peaks they found a grove of ancient musicians, tree spirits with bark like cracked violins and leaves like cymbal sheets, too weak to play. "The shadow vines stole our crescendo," their elder wheezed. Clara realized the vines fed on discord, the village's unresolved arguments, her own unspoken loneliness. The echo couldn't heal the forest until the source of sorrow was faced. She confessed her isolation to the spirits, tears watering the roots. As she spoke, the echo amplified her honesty into a cleansing chime. The spirit stirred, drawing strength from her vulnerability, and played a fragile, healing arpeggio. The final climb was a symphony of struggle. Gale winds ripped at them, carrying the shadow vine's shrieks. Lumen shielded Clara as thorns lashed his light, dimming him to a flicker. At the summit the first tree stood, a colossal sequoia with bark like etched sheet music, but its roots were choked in thorny darkness. The central root pulsed weakly, a fading ember. Clara raised the echo, but the shadow vines coalesced into a towering figure of jagged night. "You carry loneliness in your heart, child," it hissed. "I am born from such emptiness. Join me, and you'll never ache again." Clara's hands trembled. The loneliness was real, sharp as winter air. But then she felt Lumen's fading warmth at her side, remembered the tree spirit's restored song, the villagers' unspoken kindnesses. She understood now loneliness wasn't a cage, but a space waiting to be filled with connection. "My heart has room for both joy and sorrow," she declared. And sorrow sung aloud becomes part of the music. She opened the echo not against the shadow, but toward it, pouring into it every unvoiced hope, every shared smile with Lumen, every whispered secret to the stars. The melody swelled, a lullaby woven from vulnerability and trust. The shadow shivered, fragmented, and dissolved into starlight that settled gently on the withered roots. The first tree blazed with renewed luminescence, its roots humming as the thorns crumbled to dust. Across the whispering woods a wave of harmony surged. Vines withered, rivers laughed, and tree spirits danced in rings of bioluminescent pollen. Lumen's light blazed brighter than ever, his wounds healed. "You restored the song by embracing every note," he whispered, nuzzling her hair with a warm, leafy cheek. At dawn, Clara stood at the forest's edge. The Heartwood echo now played an audible melody, a tender, complex tune reflecting her journey. Lumen pressed a seed into her palm, glowing like captured moonlight. Plant this where your world meets ours. It will grow a gateway of harmony. Back in Willow Brook, Clara planted the seed by her window. It sprouted into a sapling with silver bark and chimes for leaves, its roots intertwining with the echo's song. Now children gather beneath its branches as Clara shares tales of luminous guardians and courageous kindness. She still hums her private melodies, but villagers pause to listen, hearing the forest's whisper in her voice. And on full moon nights, when the sapling's chimes ring clearest, Clara steps through its shimmering trunk to walk with Lumen among singing ferns, a quiet girl who learned that even the softest heart can conduct the world's most powerful magic, and that true belonging blooms when we dare to share our unique song with the world. The echo's lullaby drifts through Willow Brook, a reminder that every ending is a gentle beginning, and every dreamer holds a note in life's everlasting symphony. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your own heart hum with secret, wondrous music. Story 11. The attic dust motes danced in the single sunbeam, piercing the cobwebbed window of Granny Fern's cottage. Below, young Clara sorted through a battered trunk, her fingers tracing embroidered blankets and faded photographs. At the very bottom, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, her knuckles brushed cold metal. It was an ordinary key iron, slightly rusted, with a bow shaped like an owl's face. Clara slipped it into her pocket, thinking it might fit the old garden shed. That evening, while arranging wildflowers in a chipped vase, Clara knocked over her water glass. She gasped, grabbing the key from her damp pocket to wipe it dry. As her skin touched the metal, the room shifted. The vase's ceramic cracks began to shimmer like liquid gold, sealing themselves whole. The wilted petals of her bluebells plumped, turning vibrant as summer dawn. Clara stared at the key, now glowing with a soft, buttery light. When she touched her scratched knee, the sting vanished, leaving smooth skin behind. "It's a mending key," breathed a voice like dry leaves rustling. Whiskers twitched from behind the teapot. A small, spectacled dormouse peered up, adjusting tiny wire glasses. "Saw it happen," name's Thimble. "Been waiting decades for someone to wake that old thing." Thimble explained the key mended broken objects and broken hearts if one knew how to listen. But its magic was fading, he warned, like a forgotten song. To restore it, Clara must journey to the whispering roots at the forest's heart, where the first menders had imbued the key with its power. So began their trek at moonrise. Silver birch trunks seemed to lean closer, their bark patterns shifting into watchful faces. Thimble rode in Clara's apron pocket, navigating by starlight. Left at the twin stones, they're arguing again, best not interrupt. Sure enough, two mossy boulders hummed with faint, grumpy murmurs. Deep in the velvet dark woods, they found a clearing choked with brambles. Beneath them whimpered a colossal-shaped bramble, a moss-covered giant whose tears fell like dewdrops. "Stuck," he sobbed. "Thorn pricked my thumb, and now everything feels too heavy." A single blackthorn festered in his green-tinged skin. Clara approached, humming the lullaby Granny Fern sang during thunderstorms. The key glowed warmly against Bramble's thumb. Not healing, but understanding. "The thorn isn't causing the weight," Clara realized softly. "You're afraid if you move, you'll crush the violets growing beneath you." Bramble blinked. "They're so small, so bright," he whispered. "Like fallen stars." Compassion, not force, shifted him. He rose carefully, cradling a cluster of violets in his palm. "I'll guard your path," he rumbled, gently parting the brambles with hands wide as shovel blades. The forest grew stranger. Trees bore fruit like crystal bells that chimed when breezes passed. A river flowed with liquid starlight, its surface reflecting not the sky, but memories. Clara baking with Granny, Bramble laughing as finches nested in his hair, Thimble reading by firefly light. Crossing required a bridge of sighs fragile, curling mist that solidified only when someone shared a true regret. Bramble hesitated. I once stepped on a snail's shell meant to apologize, but forgot. The mist thickened. Thimble squeaked. I hid Granny's thimble once, thought it was shiny treasure. Clara touched her pocket where the key lay cold. I wish I'd listened when Granny told stories about her treasures. The bridge crystallized beneath them, singing a note of forgiveness. At the whispering roots, despair awaited. The ancient oak, its bark etched with glowing runes, stood leafless and silent. Its roots pulsed weakly like dying embers. Circling it was the fracture, a shimmering, jagged crack in the air, humming with discordant notes. Anything thrown at it pebbles, Bramble's tears splintered into fragments. It feeds on anger and haste, sighed a voice. Perched high above was a lurin, an owl with feathers like tarnished silver and eyes holding galaxies. The first menders sealed it with harmony, but the song has faded from the world and from the key. Clara held the key. It flickered, a guttering candle. She remembered Thimble's thirst for knowledge, Bramble's gentle strength, Alurin's weary wisdom. She remembered Granny's voice mending torn dresses and scraped knees. Every break holds a story. Listen, and the mend finds its way. The fracture wasn't an enemy to defeat, but a wound to understand. Closing her eyes, Clara didn't sing. She listened. She heard the fracture's dissonance, the shriek of shattered pottery, the sob of a lost child, the lonely creak of an empty rocking chair. It was every broken thing crying out. Softly, Clara began weaving their sounds into a new song. Not covering the pain, but acknowledging it. Bramble added a deep, grounding hum like roots sinking into earth. Thimble piped a quick, hopeful trill like mending stitches. Alurin's haunting cry wove through like starlight on dark water. The fracture's shivering lessened. Its sharp edges softened, drawn toward the key Clara held aloft. It pulsed in time with their shared melody. The discordant notes didn't vanish. They transformed, weaving into the harmony the crackle of a mended vase now holding flowers, the giggle of a found child, the peaceful sigh of a chair holding someone beloved. The fracture dissolved into a shower of harmless sparks. Light erupted from the whispering oak, washing the bark in emerald and gold. Leaves unfurled, rustling a chorus of relief. The key in Clara's hand blazed warmly, then settled into a steady, gentle glow. Alurin bowed his great head. You mended the silence between breaks, he said. That is true magic. Journeying home, the forest felt different. Bramble now noticed tiny wonder spiderwebs jeweled with dew, the precise geometry of fern fronds. Thimble chattered about compiling a book of mending songs. Clara carried the key, no longer just a tool, but a reminder. Brokenness held stories, and healing began with listening hearts. Back in Granny's cottage, she placed the key on the windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting the owlbow's shadow on the wall. Outside, the repaired vase held bluebells that never wilted, and Bramble's distant, contented hum drifted through the night like a lullaby. Clara curled into bed, the key's warmth a soft pulse against her palm. Some secrets weren't meant to be locked away, she realized, but shared like stories told beside a crackling fire, mending the world one gentle whisper at a time. And as sleep claimed her, the forest sighed its own peaceful story into her dreams, a tapestry woven with kindness, wisdom, and the extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary of keys. Story 12. Deep in the valley where mist clung like silver cobwebs, there stood a forgotten gate woven from moonbeam vines. Beyond it lay the Glimmer Glade, a place whispered about in bedtime tales but never seen. Young Theo, with curiosity brighter than his lantern, pushed through the gate one twilight. His breath caught as thousands of luminous mushrooms unfurled around him, casting pools of violet and gold light upon velvet moss. The air hummed with the scent of sugared pine and sleepy lavender, and above, trees with amber leaves sang soft, wordless lullabies when the wind stirred them. Theo's first friend was a creature no larger than his palm, a dandelion sprite named Pip, whose body shimmered like trapped starlight. Pip fluttered anxiously, explaining that the Glimmerglade's heart, the crystal brook, had slowed to a murmur. "Its song keeps our world bright," Pip fretted, pointing toward distant, dimming lights. "But the path is woven with riddles only a brave traveler can untangle." Their journey began at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile arc of spider silk where every step made the threads hum secrets. "Courage is not the absence of fear," the bridge sighed, "but the choice to walk with it." Theo's knees trembled, yet he focused on Pip's glow and placed one foot after another, discovering his fear melted when met with gentle resolve. Deeper in, they encountered the mossback guardians, 3 tortoises with shells like living tapestries of emerald moss and dewdrop pearls. They moved slower than growing grass, blocking a narrow pass. "Patience opens what haste cannot," one rumbled. Theo sat quietly, sharing stories of his garden back home. As the tortoises listened, their shells blossomed with night-blooming flowers, creating an archway. "Kindness," Pip chirped, "is a key that fits any lock." The greatest challenge came in the Valley of Echoing Shadows, where darkness pooled like ink. Here, Theo's lantern flickered weakly. Shapes flitted at the edge of sight, not menacing but lonely and lost. "They are not shadows," Pip realized, "but forgotten wonders waiting to be remembered." Theo took a breath and hummed his grandmother's lullaby. One by one, the shadows bloomed into radiant fire butterflies, their wings painting the darkness with streaks of coral and sapphire light. They lit the path forward, swirling around Theo like a grateful embrace. At last they reached the crystal brook, a river of liquid light now choked by fallen star petals. Its faint pulse echoed like a weary heartbeat. Theo waded into the cool, shimmering water, gathering armfuls of the heavy petals. But the current resisted, tugging him toward a whirlpool. Remembering the mossback's lesson, he paused. Instead of fighting, he placed one petal gently adrift at a time, singing as he worked. The brook's song strengthened, harmonizing with his voice until the petals dissolved into light. With a joyous surge, the brook blazed anew, spinning galaxies across the glade. Pip danced above the waters. "You didn't just mend the brook, Theo, you wove your courage into its song." As dawn tinted the sky, the gate reappeared. Theo turned for a last glimpse, fire butterflies nestled in singing trees, mossbacks dreaming under flower arches, and the brook's light cradling the entire glade. Pip pressed a luminous acorn into his palm, a whisper of the glade's heart. "Carry its light within you," the sprite murmured. Back home, Theo planted the acorn by his window. It grew not into an oak, but a sapling with leaves that glowed softly at dusk, humming the crystal brook's song. And whenever shadows seemed too deep, Theo remembered, the bravest adventures begin with curiosity, bloom with kindness, and live forever in the gentle light we carry home. As stars sprinkled the sky, the sapling's glow wrapped around Theo like a promise. Some wonders are not meant to stay hidden, but to remind us that even the quietest heart can illuminate the unknown. And with that warmth curled around him, he drifted into dreams where rivers sang and shadows bloomed into wings. Story 13. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the hills like a silver shawl. Crisp autumn air carried the scent of wood smoke and ripening apples, while maple leaves drifted down in swirls of crimson and gold. In a cottage crowned with ivy, young Finn watched his reflection in a rain-streaked window, tracing the droplets with a restless finger. Change was coming. He felt it in the chill creeping through the cracks, in the way the swallows had vanished overnight, and it filled him with a quiet dread. For Finn, change meant uncertainty, and uncertainty felt like standing on crumbling riverbanks. His grandmother, Alara, noticed his furrowed brow as she stirred a pot of spiced cider. "The seasons turn whether we will it or not, little leaf," she murmured, her voice as warm as the hearth fire. "But roots grow deepest in shifting soil." Finn sighed, his gaze drifting to the small, withered sapling in a clay pot by the window, his Heartwood. Every child in Willowbrook received one at birth, a magical plant mirroring their inner spirit. While others' Heartwoods bloomed with luminous flowers or bore crystalline fruit, Finn's remained stubbornly dormant, its brittle branches curled inward like clenched fists. He'd tried everything, extra sunlight, whispered encouragements, even burying his favorite marble at its roots. Nothing changed. One blustery afternoon, Finn met his friend Rowan by the Whispering Bridge. Rowan's Heartwood was a vibrant vine twisting around his walking stick, sprouting star-shaped blossoms that hummed when the wind blew. Still no luck. Rowan asked gently, handing Finn a honeyed walnut tart. Finn shook his head, kicking at a pile of leaves. "It's hopeless. Even Old Man Hemlock's moss-covered stone has more life." Rowan's eyes crinkled. "Moss thrives in shadow, Finn. Maybe your Heartwood needs something only you can't give." But Finn barely heard him, too busy watching a flock of geese carve arrows across the sky, a stark reminder of endings. That night, a fierce storm rattled the valley. Rain lashed the cottage as Finn lay awake, listening to the wind howl like a lost creature. At dawn he found his Heartwood's pod overturned, soil scattered across the floor, its fragile roots exposed. Despair washed over him. "It's dying," he whispered, tears pricking his eyes. Alara knelt beside him, her wrinkled hands gathering the soil. "Sometimes," she said softly, "things must fall apart to grow stronger." She showed him how to replant it in a larger pot with rich, dark earth. As Finn patted the soil, he noticed a single root had broken, but from the fracture, a pale new tendril curled toward the light. Days passed, and Finn's anxiety softened into watchfulness. He began joining Rowan in the forest, where Rowan taught him the language of trees, how oaks creaked when thirsty, how birches shivered when cold. One frost-kissed morning, they found a wounded badger cub trapped in brambles. While Rowan sang a healing melody, his blossoms glowing brighter with each note, Finn carefully untangled the thorns, his hands steady despite their trembling. Afterward, as they warmed themselves by Rowan's hearth, Finn noticed something astonishing. His Heartwood had sprouted a tiny, resilient bud. "It's responding to you," Rowan smiled. "Not your worry." Winter arrived, draping Willowbrook in silence. Finn spent hours reading botanical scrolls with Alara, learning how seeds split open in darkness to reach the sun. He helped mend fences for neighbors, carried firewood for the elderly widow down the lane, and even sang off-key lullabies to his Heartwood when no one was listening. Slowly, imperceptibly, the bud unfurled into a silver leaf edged with frost-blue veins. Yet Finn barely noticed, too absorbed in the rhythm of small kindnesses. The village's blooming festival approached, a celebration where children presented their transformed Heartwoods. As the day neared, Finn's old fears resurfaced. His plant, though alive, seemed ordinary next to Rowan's singing vines or the baker's daughter's cinnamon-scented orchids. "What if it's not enough?" he confided to Alara. She wove a garland of dried lavender around his shoulders. "Enough for whom? Magic isn't a performance, Finn. It's a conversation between your soul and the world." On the eve of the festival, a rare ice storm sealed the valley in glass. Finn woke to find his window frozen shut, the world beyond a glittering prison. Panic seized him. He'd be trapped, unable to attend. But as he pressed his palm to the ice, warmth spread from his fingertips, melting intricate patterns like lace. he rushed to his Heartwood. Overnight it had grown taller than his knee, its branches now adorned with leaves like captured moonlight, each vein pulsing with soft radiance. And at its center, a single pearl-white bud glowed. The festival square glittered with ice sculptures and heartwoods of every hue. When Finn's turn came, he carried his plant forward, heart pounding. The crowd murmured it was beautiful, but where were the fireworks? The singing. Just as doubt coiled in his chest, the pearl bud trembled. Finn took a deep breath and did what felt natural. He described his journey aloud. I was afraid of being left behind, he confessed, voice clear as a bell. But I learned that growth isn't about rushing. It's about listening, to others, to yourself, even to silence. As he spoke, the bud bloomed, not into a flower, but into a swirling constellation of light, casting dancing stars across the snow. Gasps filled the air. Where each star landed, frost melted into tiny pools reflecting the sky, and from those pools, crystalline ferns unfurled, shimmering with dew. Finn's magic wasn't a spectacle. It was a quiet transformation, turning winter's grip into delicate, living art. Afterward, villagers gathered around him, not with applause, but with stories of their own struggles. The widow brought him spiced tea, whispering how his firewood had warmed her lonely nights. Rowan clasped his shoulder, eyes bright. You didn't just grow your heartwood, Finn, you grew roots for all of us. That night, Finn sat with Alara by the fire, his heartwood now thriving on the windowsill, its light casting peaceful patterns on the walls. Outside, the first snowflakes of deep winter began to fall, soft, patient, and infinitely gentle. Change is like the seasons, isn't it? Finn murmured, sipping cider. Alara nodded, her knitting needles clicking like crickets. And you, my dear, have learned its loveliest secret. The bravest transformations begin when we stop fearing the frost and start trusting the thaw within. As the embers glowed, Finn realized his heartwood hadn't needed fixing. It needed him to become the gardener of his own spirit. And in that stillness, wrapped in the quiet magic of acceptance, he understood that every ending was just a seed waiting for the right moment to begin. Story 14. The first star had just winked awake in the twilight sky when Leo noticed the path. It wasn't there yesterday, just a tangle of wild raspberries beside the old oak at the edge of his garden. But tonight, nestled among the thorny canes, shimmered a gateway woven from strands of moonlight and cobweb. It hummed softly like a contented bee and smelled of crushed mint and distant rain. Leo's heart, usually quiet as a sleeping mouse, began to drum a curious rhythm against his ribs. Taking a deep breath of the cool evening air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and honeysuckle, he stepped through. The world beyond dissolved into the glimmerwood. Trees towered like ancient cathedrals, their bark not brown, but a deep, velvety indigo etched with swirling patterns of silver light that pulsed gently. Instead of leaves, their branches held clusters of glowing orbs, some soft as candle flames, others bright as captured fireflies bathing the forest floor in shifting pools of amber, lavender, and emerald. The air itself felt alive, thick with the sweet perfume of unseen blossoms, and the faint, crystalline chime of distant bells carried on a breeze that ruffled Leo's hair like a friendly hand. Leo wandered, his footsteps silent on moss as soft and springy as a downy pillow. He felt no fear, only a swelling wonder that warmed him from the inside. Soon he noticed small, shimmering trails crisscrossing the glowing moss. Following one, he found their source, tiny creatures, no bigger than his thumb, shaped like winged hedgehogs. Their quills shimmered like spun glass, and they moved with quick, purposeful hops, leaving trails of iridescent dust that smelled faintly of sugar and ozone. Sparkle sprites, Leo whispered, and one paused, tilting its head. It chirruped a sound like tiny bells, then bounced away, its dust trail beckoning him deeper. The path led him to a clearing where a stream flowed not with water, but with liquid light. It gurgled softly, casting dancing reflections on the violet tree trunks. Here, Leo encountered his first gentle challenge. The stream was too wide to jump, and stepping stones glowed invitingly mid-current. But as he approached the bank, the stones began to drift and swirl like autumn leaves on a pond. They weren't fixed, they moved in a slow, unpredictable waltz. Leo watched their patterns, the warm glow of the stream lighting his thoughtful face. He noticed the stones drifted towards the bank whenever a large, luminous bubble rose from the stream bed and popped softly near the edge. Taking a chance, Leo knelt and gently blew towards the next rising bubble. It wobbled, then drifted closer to the bank, bringing a stepping stone with it. Encouraged, Leo blew softly again and again, guiding the bubbles and stones until they formed a stable, bobbing bridge. He crossed carefully, the light stream cool and tingling beneath his feet, feeling a quiet pride bloom in his chest. He'd listened, watched, and found the rhythm. Beyond the stream, the forest grew denser. The glowing orbs overhead dimmed, casting deeper pools of shadow between the trees. A low, mournful sound echoed a single, pure note that seemed to shiver the very air. Following the sound, Leo pushed aside a curtain of luminous vines heavy with star-shaped flowers that chimed softly when touched. He found himself in a small, shadowed glade. In the center stood a creature unlike any he'd ever imagined. It seemed sculpted from captured starlight and twilight mist, vaguely deer-like but translucent. Its long, slender legs trembled, and its head hung low. The mournful note came from it, a sound of pure, quiet sadness. One of its shimmering, antler-like projections was tangled in thick, thorny vines that pulsed with a dull, unhealthy red light. The vines seemed to be leeching the creature's radiance, making it dim and insubstantial. Leo approached slowly, his own small light a warm, steady glow born of kindness pushing back the oppressive shadows. "Hello," he whispered, his voice soft as the moss. The starlight creature lifted its head. Its eyes were deep pools of swirling nebulas, filled with ancient sorrow. It didn't speak, but Leo felt its distress wash over him like cool water, a feeling of being trapped, fading, forgotten. The thorns were too tough to break by hand. Leo looked around. Nearby, growing in a patch of moonlight filtering through the canopy, were delicate, trumpet-shaped flowers. They glowed with a soft white light and hummed a gentle, soothing tone. Remembering the sparkle sprite's dust and the stream stones, Leo understood this place thrived on harmony. He carefully plucked one of the humming flowers. As he held it near the thorny vine, the vine recoiled slightly, its ugly red pulse faltering. The flower's hum strengthened, resonating with the creature's own faint, sad note. Hope sparked in the nebula eyes. Working patiently, Leo gently touched the humming flower to each thorny tendril. Where the pure white light met the sickly red, the thorns withered and shrank, releasing their grip with faint, reluctant sighs. He hummed along with the flower, a simple, comforting tune his grandmother had sung. The creature's own note slowly shifted, becoming less mournful, more resonant. Its form brightened, regaining its ethereal solidity. Finally, the last thorn dissolved into wisps of shadow, vanishing like smoke. The creature stood tall, its form now radiant, filling the glade with soft, cool starlight. It lowered its head towards Leo, its nebula eyes swirling with gratitude and newfound peace. A name drifted into Leo's mind, clear as the chime of the flowers: Lumen. Lumen nudged Leo gently with its misty nose, a sensation like cool silk brushing his skin. It turned and walked towards the edge of the glade, looking back expectantly. Understanding, Leo followed. Lumen led him through the glimmerwood, moving with a silent grace. The forest seemed to welcome them. Sparkle sprites bounced alongside, leaving joyful trails of light. The trees glowed brighter as they passed, and the luminous stream flowed beside their path, bubbling happily. The challenges were behind them, The journey now was one of companionship and gentle wonder. Leo felt a profound sense of belonging, not fear, in this unknown place. The courage to step through the moonlight gate had led him not to danger, but to a quiet strength within himself and a beautiful friendship. Eventually, they reached the edge of the Glimmerwood. The familiar tangle of wild raspberries shimmered before him, woven once more with moonlight and cobweb. Beyond it, Leo could see the warm, yellow glow of his own cottage window, a beacon in the gathering night. He turned to Lumen. The starlight creature dipped its head again. This time a single radiant tear, like molten diamond, fell from its nebula eye. It landed softly on Leo's palm, cool and weightless, then solidified into a smooth, star-shaped stone that pulsed with a soft, inner light, the pure white of the humming flowers and the cool silver of Lumen's own glow. Lumen nudged him gently towards the gateway. Leo stepped through the shimmering curtain, the scent of mint and rain fading, replaced by the homely aroma of wood smoke and baking bread. He stood once more beside the old oak, the star-shaped stone worm in his hand. Looking back, the moonlit gateway had dissolved. Only raspberry canes rustled softly in the night breeze. But the stone pulsed steadily, a tiny echo of the Glimmerwood's heart. Leo walked back to his cottage, the cool grass tickling his bare feet. He placed the starstone on his windowsill, where it caught the moonlight and cast soft, shifting patterns on the wall. As he climbed into his cozy bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin, he looked at the glowing stone. He thought of shifting light streams, singing flowers, the cheer-ups of sparkle sprites, and the deep, grateful eyes of Lumen. He hadn't conquered anything fierce, but he'd navigated the unknown with a quiet heart, helped a friend, and discovered that courage wasn't about being loud or strong, but about listening, watching, and stepping forward with kindness. The starstone's gentle pulse was a lullaby, a reminder of a wondrous world just beyond the garden, waiting for curious hearts. And as sleep wrapped around him, warm and safe as his quilt, Leo smiled, knowing that sometimes the most enchanting adventures begin with a single, brave step into the shimmering unknown. Story 15. The old cottage nestled in the shadow of Whispering Pines village always smelled of cinnamon, wood smoke, and something deeper, the faint, sweet scent of ancient paper that clung to Nana's library. Young Leo, curled on a worn velvet cushion by the hearth, traced the whorls in the wooden floorboards with his socked toe. Outside, the first snow of the season dusted the world in silence, muffling even the usual chatter of the village stream. It was a night made for quiet thoughts, and Leo's thoughts were unusually heavy. "Nana," he murmured, his voice barely louder than the crackling logs, "why don't we have stories like the others? Old Man Hemlock talks of his great-grandfather carving the village gates. Lily Meadowbrook wears her great-grandmother's silver locket. It feels like we're missing roots." He gestured vaguely towards the bookshelf crammed with volumes, their spines worn smooth by time. "We have stories in there, but not our stories." Nana paused in her knitting, the needles clicking softly. Her eyes, the color of twilight, held a gentle understanding. "Roots run deep, Leo, sometimes deeper than memory, but they are there." She rose, moving with the quiet grace of birch branches in a breeze, and pulled a small, unassuming wooden box from the highest shelf. Dust motes danced in the firelight as she placed it on Leo's lap. The box was plain oak, unadorned, yet it felt impossibly old and strangely warm. "This," she said softly, "has waited for your wondering heart." Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, lay a pendant. It was carved from a single piece of wood so dark it seemed to drink the firelight, shaped like a perfect oak leaf. Along its veins, tiny, almost imperceptible symbols shimmered with a faint, internal glow like captured starlight. "This," Nana whispered, her voice thick with emotion, "is the Heartwood leaf, passed mother to daughter, father to son, through our line since before Whispering Pines was more than a dream. It belonged to the first keeper of the grove." The grove. Leo breathed. his fingers hovering over the cool wood. As he touched it, a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, resonant calm washed through him. Images flickered at the edge of his vision, towering trees older than mountains, sunlight dappling moss-covered stones, the sound of deep, ancient singing carried on the wind. Where is it? Lost, Nana sighed, settling back into her chair. Or rather forgotten. The grove wasn't just a place, Leo. It was a covenant. Our ancestors weren't just villagers, they were stewards. They lived with the deep woods, listening to its whispers, tending its heart. They understood that the trees held memories, that the streams carried songs, that the stones remembered footsteps. The Heartwood leaf was a key, a reminder, and a promise. But time makes people forget the songs the land sings. She looked towards the snow-blanketed window. The old paths are overgrown, the songs are silent. Leo clasped the pendant. It pulsed gently against his palm, a slow, reassuring heartbeat. But the leaf remembers, he stated, feeling a certainty bloom within him. It wants to go home. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the world transformed into a glittering diamondscape. Leo, bundled in thick woolens with the Heartwood leaf-worm beneath his tunic, stood at the forest's edge. The usual paths leading into the whispering pines were familiar, trodden routes. But today the leaf hummed against his chest, pulling him not along the paths but between them. It tugged gently, insistently, towards a thicket of snow-laden holly bushes choked with wild ivy. The way looked impassable. Taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As he neared the thicket, the Heartwood leaf glowed brighter, its inner starlight flaring. The tangled vines seemed to sigh, then slowly, silently part before him like a curtain, revealing a narrow, ancient trail completely hidden from the common eye. Snow crunched softly under his boots as he entered a world hushed and holy. Towering pines, their trunks wider than cottage walls, soared upwards, their branches heavy with snow like ermine cloaks. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of molten gold, illuminating swirling frost fairies dancing in the still air. The silence here wasn't empty. It was profound, filled with the soft creak of ancient wood and the distant, melodic trickle of hidden water. The air tasted clean and sharp, carrying the scent of frozen earth, cedar, and something else of the faint, sweet perfume of unseen winter blooms. The leaf pulsed stronger now, a gentle guide. Leo walked deeper, his breath puffing white clouds. He felt watched but not threatened. Eyes seemed to gleam from knotholes wise, old eyes belonging to squirrels with frost-tipped tails or silent owls observing from snowy perches. They felt like guardians. After what felt like both minutes and hours, the path opened into a vast, circular clearing. At its center stood the most magnificent tree Leo had ever seen. An ancient oak, its bark deeply fissured like wise wrinkles, its branches spreading wide and benevolent, draped in sparkling snow and garlands of frost-encrusted ivy. Moss, vibrant emerald even in winter, cushioned its roots. Before it lay a ring of smooth, moss-covered stones, arranged like seats around a hearth. This was the Heartwood Grove. The pendant blazed with warm light, so bright Leo had to shield his eyes. As the light dimmed, a figure coalesced beside the great oak. Not solid but woven from dappled sunlight, swirling snowflakes, and the sighing wind the spirit of the grove. Its form shifted, sometimes resembling an old woman with bark-like skin and hair like trailing moss, sometimes a young stag with antlers woven from living ivy. Its voice was the rustle of leaves, the chuckle of the stream, the deep hum of the earth itself. "Greetings, little keeper," the spirit murmured, its voice resonating in Leo's bones, not his ears. The leaf remembers its bearer. Long has the grove slumbered, waiting for the lineage to remember the song. Leo bowed his head, the awe stealing his voice for a moment. I didn't know, we forgot. Time weaves thick veils, the spirit sighed, a sound like wind through pine needles. But the covenant endures, watch. The spirit raised a hand of shimmering light. The air above the stone circle shimmered. Visions unfolded, soft as dreams. He saw people dressed in simple, earth-toned clothes, gathering around the great oak. They weren't cutting wood or hunting, they were listening. Heads tilted towards the branches, eyes closed. He saw a woman placing her hand on the bark of a young sapling, a gentle green light flowing from her palm into the tree. He saw children leaving offerings of acorns and berries at the base of the stones. He saw them sitting in silence as the sun set, their faces peaceful, bathed in golden light. He saw them carefully tending plants, whispering thanks as they harvested only what they needed. There was no grand magic, no roaring spells. Only deep reverence, quiet attention, and a profound sense of belonging, of being part of the living tapestry of the forest, not separate from it. The legacy isn't dominion, little keeper, the spirit's voice flowed through the visions. It is kinship, it is listening, it is understanding that the forest breathes, remembers, and gives. Your ancestors knew the trees speak in rustles, the streams sing in ripples, the stones hold stories in their veins. Their wisdom wasn't in taking, but in tending, in gratitude, in knowing that strength comes from connection, not conquest. The grove wasn't a place of power over nature, but a place of communion with it. This. The spirit gestured to the visions fading like mist, is your true heritage. The heartwood leaf is a symbol of that bond, a key to remembrance. The visions faded, leaving Leo standing in the silent, snow-muffled clearing, the spirit's luminous form dimming. He understood now. The forgotten legacy wasn't about grand deeds or hidden treasures. It was about a way of being. It was the quiet wisdom of listening to the world, of living with respect, of finding strength in connection and peace in stewardship. It resonated deeply within him, answering the rootless ache he'd felt. He belonged here not just to a family name, but to this ancient living world. But how? Leo asked, his voice small in the vast quiet. How do we remember? The paths are gone. The first step is taken, the spirit whispered, its form dissolving into shafts of sunlight. The leaf remembers the keeper remembers the grove. Tend the memory, little keeper. Listen, the songs are still sung, the whispers are still there. With a final sigh like wind through the highest branches, the spirit was gone. The walk back felt different. Leo wasn't just Leo anymore. He was Leo, keeper of the covenant. The heartwood leaf rested warm against his heart, a constant, gentle hum. He saw the forest with new eyes. The way the snow clung to a pine bough wasn't just beautiful. It was a fragile, temporary cloak. The track of a hare wasn't just a trail. It was a story written in the snow. The gnarled root wasn't an obstacle, it was a handhold offered by an ancient friend. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath his boots, the sigh of the trees around him. He listened. And beneath the surface silence, he began to hear it a low, resonant hum, a song older than time, woven from wind, water, wood, and stone. Nana was waiting by the cottage door, her face etched with quiet hope. Leo ran the last few steps, breathless, not from cold, but from wonder. He didn't need to speak. He held out the heartwood leaf, its carved veins still holding a soft, internal glow. Then he took Nana's hand and placed it over the pendant, closing his own small hand over hers. The warmth spread not just through their hands, but through the air around them. Images flowed: the towering oak, the mossy stones, the gentle tending, the profound peace. Nana gasped, tears welling in her twilight eyes. The grove, she breathed. You found it, you found us. That evening, as the fire crackled and snow whispered against the window panes, Leo sat with Nana, the heartwood leaf resting on the worn wooden table between them. He told her everything: the hidden path, the ancient oak, the spirit, the visions. He spoke of the quiet wisdom, the deep listening, the kinship with the living world. Nana nodded, her own memories, long dormant, stirring like seeds in spring. Yes, she murmured, that feels true, that feels like home. In the days and weeks that followed, Leo and Nana began the gentle work of remembrance. They didn't announce grand plans. Instead, they walked the forest edges, Leo listening intently, sometimes stopping to place a hand on a young tree, feeling the faint pulse of life within. Nana shared fragments of old songs and rhymes she'd half forgotten, their words suddenly making sense, songs of gratitude for the harvest, rhymes about listening to the wind's advice. They started leaving small, simple offerings by a particularly ancient beech tree near the village, a shiny pebble, a handful of birdseed, a whispered thank you. The legacy they uncovered wasn't about reclaiming a lost kingdom or wielding forgotten magic. It was about reclaiming a way of seeing, a way of being. It was the profound understanding that true belonging comes from connection, that wisdom whispers in the rustle of leaves, and that peace is found not in possessing, but in tending and listening. The Heartwood leaf remained a warm weight over Leo's heart, a constant reminder that he was part of a deep, ancient song, a story woven through generations and rooted in the living earth. And as he drifted to sleep each night, lulled by the crackling fire and the soft sigh of the pines outside, he knew he was never alone. He was home, held in the gentle embrace of roots that reached deeper than memory, in a legacy of quiet peace that would forever bloom in his heart. The snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the world in stillness, and within the warm cottage, a new chapter of an ancient story had just begun, as soft and enduring as the heartbeat of the forest itself. Story 16. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through the crooked pines that guarded the sleepy village of Pebblewick. Down the last lane where the cobbles surrendered to soft, yielding sand lived a quiet child named Finn. Finn wasn't loud like the gulls or boisterous like the waves crashing against the jetty. Finn listened. Finn noticed the intricate patterns frost painted on the window pane, the precise way a spider wove its dew-jeweled web at dawn, and the subtle shift in the wind that signaled a coming storm long before the clouds gathered. Most villagers, busy with nets and sails and chatter, simply saw a shy child who liked to wander the shoreline alone. One crisp autumn afternoon, the sun low and golden, Finn walked further than usual. The usual clamor of the village faded, replaced by the rhythmic sigh of the sea and the crunch of sand under worn boots. Drawn by a flicker of unusual color near the jagged rocks known as the Whispering Sisters, Finn scrambled over a slippery outcrop. There, nestled in a damp crevice, sheltered from the retreating tide, lay a seashell unlike any Finn had ever seen. It wasn't large, fitting snugly in Finn's palm. Its surface wasn't smooth like porcelain clamshells, nor ridged like whelks. Instead, it seemed crafted from captured twilight. Deep blues swirled into velvety purples, shot through with veins of shimmering silver that caught the dying light like trapped stardust. It felt cool and strangely light, humming with a gentle vibration against Finn's skin, like the purr of a contented cat or the distant echo of a song half-remembered. This was no ordinary shell. It felt alive with silent music. As Finn held it closer, marveling at its intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and deepen the longer one looked, a faint, melodic sigh resonated from its depths. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep within Finn's bones, a vibration of profound, ancient sadness. The sound tugged at something inside Finn, a quiet echo of the loneliness sometimes felt when surrounded by noise but unseen. Compelled, Finn carefully placed the shell against one ear, closing eyes to focus. Instead of the roar of the sea, a cascade of whispers filled Finn's mind. Not words exactly, but feelings, impressions, cool, dark water, the smooth, comforting weight of stone, the gentle pulse of hidden currents, a deep, gnawing ache of absence, and an overwhelming sense of being lost, terribly lost. The sadness was so profound, so pure, it brought unexpected tears to Finn's eyes. The shell wasn't just beautiful, it was grieving. That night, curled under a patchwork quilt with the shell resting on the bedside table, its soft, internal glow casting dancing silver patterns on the wall, Finn dreamed. Not of fantastical beasts or soaring flights, but of cool, echoing darkness. Finn walked through vast, water-smoothed caverns illuminated by clusters of softly glowing, jellyfish-like creatures drifting near the ceiling. Strange, elegant plants with fronds like spun moonlight swayed in unseen currents. The air tasted of salt and minerals, cool and clean. And the pervasive feeling was that profound sadness, the same resonant ache from the shell, permeating the very stone and water. Finn woke with a start, the shell's gentle hum a comforting anchor in the quiet room. The hidden world wasn't just a dream, the shell was a key. The next day Finn returned to the Whispering Sisters, the shell safely tucked in a pocket, its cool presence a constant reminder. Focusing on the shell's vibration, Finn traced the pull, along the base of the rocks. It led to a seemingly solid wall of damp, seaweed-draped stone, slick with tide. But the shell hummed insistently here, its melody shifting to one of anticipation. Pressing a hand against the cold rock, Finn felt not solidity, but a strange yielding, like pushing through thick, cool mist. With a deep breath and the shell clutched tight, Finn stepped forward. The world dissolved into swirling, liquid shadow for a heartbeat, then solidified. Finn stood gasping, not on a beach, but inside a breathtaking cavern. It was the cavern from the dream, yet infinitely more real. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls like constellations, bathing everything in a soft, ethereal blue-green light. Delicate, translucent flowers bloomed on stalks of crystal, their petals shimmering with internal rainbows. Water trickled musically down glistening walls into clear, shallow pools, where tiny, multi-legged creatures skittered over iridescent pebbles. The air was cool, damp, and smelled of deep earth and clean water. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet the undercurrent of sorrow remained, a low thrum in the background, like the cavern itself was sighing. Movement caught Finn's eye. Near one of the glowing pools, hunched over a cluster of the crystal flowers, was a creature. It stood perhaps knee-high to Finn. Its skin was a mottled gray-blue, smooth like wet river stone, blending perfectly with the cavern walls. Large, luminous eyes, the color of deep ocean trenches, dominated its round face. It had 4 slender limbs, ending in delicate, webbed fingers that gently touched the wilting petals of the flowers. As Finn watched, a single, large, silvery tear welled up in one of those enormous eyes and rolled down its stony cheek, falling with a soft plink into the pool. The sound resonated with the shell's earlier song of loss. Finn's quiet heart ached. Moving slowly, making no sudden gestures, Finn approached the pool. The creature flinched, its large eyes widening in alarm, and it scrambled backwards with surprising speed, vanishing into a crack in the wall Finn hadn't noticed. Disappointed but understanding the fear, Finn sat beside the pool. The shell hummed softly in Finn's hand. Remembering the creature's tears and the wilting flowers, Finn dipped a finger into the cool, clear water. It felt pure, energizing. Carefully, Finn cupped a little water and gently trickled it over the drooping crystal blooms. Almost immediately, the petals seemed to firm up, their internal shimmer brightening slightly. A soft, shuffling sound came from the crack. One large, luminous eye peered out, watching. Finn didn't look directly at it, focusing instead on carefully watering another flower. After a long moment, the creature cautiously emerged, keeping a safe distance. Its gaze flickered between Finn and the shell. Finn held out the shell, palm open. The creature's eyes fixed on it, a wave of profound recognition and longing washing over its features. It took a hesitant step closer, then another. It reached out one webbed finger and lightly touched the shell's shimmering surface. A jolt seemed to pass through the creature. It tilted its head, making a series of soft clicking and sighing sounds, like pebbles tumbling in a gentle stream. Finn didn't understand the words, but the meaning flowed through the shell's connection, translating the creature's emotions and intent into feelings Finn could grasp. The creature's name, Finn understood, was Kalen. Kalen was a stone singer, a guardian of these hidden caverns, the Glimmer Deep. The shell was a heartstone, a sacred focus for the stone singers, used to communicate with the living rock, to nurture the cavern's unique life, and to harmonize the deep currents. But Kalen's heartstone had been lost during a tremor months ago. Without it, Kalen couldn't properly sing to the stone. The delicate balance of the Glimmerdeep was failing. The light plants were wilting, the water's song was growing faint and discordant, and the deep, comforting pulse of the earth song was weakening. Kalen was the last stone singer in these caverns, and without the heartstone, Kalen couldn't sustain the Glimmerdeep alone. The profound sadness Finn felt was Kalen's despair, amplified by the dying cavern. Finn felt a surge of protectiveness. "I found it," Finn whispered aloud, knowing Kalen would understand the intent through the heartstone's link. "On the beach, I brought it back." Kalen let out a soft warble, a sound of immense relief and gratitude. The creature gestured for Finn to follow, leading deeper into the Glimmerdeep. They traversed winding tunnels carpeted with soft, glowing moss, crossed bridges of natural stone arching over underground streams, and passed through chambers where colossal, ancient crystals pulsed with a slow, inner light. Everywhere, though, the signs of decay were evident. Patches of the luminous moss were dull and brown. Some crystal flowers had shattered. The air grew colder, the silence deeper and more oppressive than peaceful. They arrived at the heart of the Glimmerdeep, a vast, cathedral-like chamber. In its center stood a natural spire of pure, dark crystal, taller than Finn. Around its base, faint, intricate patterns were carved into the stone floor, shimmering with residual energy. This, Finn understood through the heartstone, was the resonant spire, the focal point where the stone singer harmonized the cavern's energy. But now it stood silent and dark. Kalen approached the spire, placing webbed hands upon its cool surface. Closing its large eyes, Kalen began to hum, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone underfoot. The heartstone in Finn's hand warmed and pulsed in time. But the sound was weak, strained. Kalen's song faltered. The patterns on the floor flickered briefly but died. Kalen slumped, a sob escaping its small frame. The heartstone needed to be with the singer at the spire. Finn understood Kalen's fear. Placing the precious heartstone back into the spire's cradle was the only way, but Kalen was exhausted, weakened by months of struggling without it. What if the song failed completely? What if the heartstone, separated so long, wouldn't resonate properly? The fear was palpable. Finn looked at the small, stone-skinned creature radiating despair, then at the magnificent, dying cavern. Finn thought of being unseen, of quiet observations no one else noticed. Perhaps quietness wasn't a weakness here, but a different kind of strength. Finn remembered watering the crystal flower. Small actions could matter. Stepping forward slowly, Finn placed a hand gently on Kalen's cool, smooth shoulder. Kalen looked up, luminous eyes wide with surprise and a flicker of hope. Finn held out the heartstone. Together. Finn whispered the question, pouring all the quiet determination Finn possessed into the thought, amplified by the shell itself. "Your song, my holding." Kalen stared, then slowly nodded. A spark ignited in those deep-sea eyes. Taking the heartstone with trembling hands, Kalen climbed a small set of natural steps to a recess near the base of the spire. Finn followed, standing close beside the stone singer. Kalen placed the heartstone into a perfectly shaped indentation in the rock. It settled with a soft click, and its internal light flared, bathing the chamber in brilliant silver and blue. Kalen took a deep, shuddering breath, placed both hands back on the spire, and closed its eyes. This time, when the hum began, it was stronger, deeper. The heartstone pulsed like a captured star. Finn, standing beside Kalen, didn't know how to sing to stone, but Finn knew how to listen. Finn knew how to be still. Finn closed their own eyes and focused everything on the sound Kalen made, on the vibration thrumming up from the spire through the soles of their boots, on the cool pulse of the heartstone nearby. Finn poured quiet support, unwavering focus, and a fierce, protective love for this hidden world and its gentle guardian into the space around them. It was like adding silent harmony to Kalen's lead melody. The song swelled. It was no longer a solitary hum, but a powerful, resonant chord that filled the vast chamber. The patterns on the floor blazed to life, rivers of silver light flowing outwards. The light raced up the walls, igniting the bioluminescent fungi into dazzling constellations. The wilting crystal flowers in the chamber perked up, their inner rainbows blazing with renewed vigor. Deep within the earth, a powerful, steady pulse began to beat thum, thum, thum like the heartbeat of the world itself. Water trickling down the walls sang clearer, sweeter notes. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a gentle, energizing coolness. The air hummed with vitality. Kalen's song soared pure and strong, no longer strained by sorrow but filled with triumphant joy and profound gratitude. The stone singer wasn't alone anymore. Finn, the quiet observer from above, had become an anchor, a silent partner in the song. The heartstone blazed, its light intertwining with the patterns on the floor, connecting Kalen, Finn, the spire, and the entire, reawakening Glimmerdeep. When the final, resonant note faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence vibrating in the air, Kalen turned. Tears streamed down the stone-like cheeks again, but these were tears of pure, radiant joy. The creature launched itself at Finn, wrapping surprisingly strong, cool arms around Finn in a hug. The feeling of gratitude and friendship flowing through the Heartstone's lingering connection was overwhelming, warm and bright as sunshine. Finn spent hours more exploring the rejuvenated Glimmerdeep with Kalen. The stone singer showed Finn hidden grottos where fish with fins like spun moonlight darted, pools that reflected the glowing ceiling like liquid stars, and fields of luminous moss that changed color when gently touched. They communicated through the Heartstone's empathy, sharing wonder and quiet companionship. Kalen taught Finn how to listen to the subtle songs of the different stones, the bright chime of quartz, the deep murmur of basalt, the cheerful tinkle of the stream-smoothed pebbles. Finn learned that the caverns stretched far and deep, a whole hidden world beneath the familiar shore. Finally, as the subtle shift in the earth song signaled the changing tide above, Finn knew it was time to return. Kalen understood. At the entrance cavern, Kalen gently took the Heartstone from its place near the entrance where Finn had first stepped through. The stone singer held it out to Finn. The intent was clear: keep it. A connection. A reminder. Finn hesitated. But unite it. Kalen shook its head, clicking softly. Through the stone, Finn understood. The Heartstone was Kalen's, but its power was renewed. Its connection to Kalen and the Glimmerdeep was unbreakable now. Finn carrying it wouldn't weaken the cavern. Instead, it would create a bridge, a thin thread of magic linking the world above and below. Kalen could sense Finn through it, and Finn could sense the well-being of the Glimmerdeep. It was a bond forged in shared song and quiet courage. Finn accepted the shell, its twilight hues glowing softly. Stepping back through the misty barrier felt easier this time. Finn emerged onto the familiar beach just as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. The waves sighed on the sand, the gulls cried their evening songs, and the lights of Pebblewick glowed warmly in the distance. Everything looked the same, yet Finn felt utterly changed. The quietness inside wasn't loneliness anymore. It was a deep well of wonder, a connection to a secret, singing world. Back in the small room, Finn placed the Heartstone on the windowsill. It glowed softly, a tiny captured piece of starlight and deep ocean. Finn didn't tell anyone in Pebblewick about Kaelin or the Glimmer Deep. Some secrets are meant to be cherished quietly, like the intricate pattern of frost or the perfect spiral of a shell. But Finn walked differently now. There was a new stillness in Finn's observation, a deeper understanding. When Finn walked the shoreline, listening to the waves, they could now hear the faint, harmonious echo of the earth song beneath their feet, a steady, comforting pulse. Thoom, thoom, thoom. When the wind sighed through the pines, Finn sometimes caught a faint, melodic counterpoint, like distant stone chimes. The villagers still saw a quiet child. But sometimes, when a storm threatened, Finn would know it hours before the clouds gathered, sensing the shift in the deep currents through the Heartstone's gentle hum. Sometimes Finn would find a perfect, luminous piece of driftwood or a shell with an unusually intricate pattern, washed up exactly where they walked small gifts from a grateful friend far below. And on the quietest nights, holding the cool, twilight shell, Finn would close their eyes and feel the vibrant, singing presence of the Glimmer Deep, a hidden world sustained by friendship, rediscovered courage, and the quiet power of listening. The profound sadness was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant peace that sang within Finn's own heart, a lullaby of stone, sea, and stars, promising that even the quietest soul holds magic enough to change worlds. Finn drifted to sleep, the Heartstone a comforting beacon on the sill, its soft glow a silent promise that they were never truly alone, connected by an unbreakable song woven from kindness and the deep, enduring magic of the earth. The gentle thrum of the world's heartbeat was the last sound Finn heard, a soothing rhythm carrying them into dreams of glowing caverns and a friend with eyes like the deep ocean, forever linked by a shell that held the echo of their shared, silent symphony. Story 17. Leo had always been a quiet child, content to explore the mossy corners of Willowbrook Woods, while other children played boisterous games in the village square. His favorite spot was an ancient oak tree whose roots formed a natural archway, veiled by curtains of ivy. One misty autumn afternoon, as golden leaves spiraled down like ember flakes, Leo noticed something peculiar, a faint, silver glow pulsing from within the root hollow. Curiosity nudged him forward. He brushed aside the ivy, and the moment his fingers touched the damp wood, the roots shimmered like water. With a soft sigh, the earth parted, revealing stone steps spiraling downward into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. The air below smelled of petrichor and wild honeysuckle. Bioluminescent mushrooms lined the path like tiny lanterns, casting pools of blue and violet light. Leo descended into a cavern where trees grew upside down from the ceiling, their roots cradling glowing amber sap that dripped into crystal-clear pools. This was the Glimmer Deep, a hidden realm where time flowed slower and magic hummed in every dewdrop. Suddenly, a small creature darted from behind a toadstool. It stood knee-high to Leo, with velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and eyes like liquid moonlight. "You shouldn't be here," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "Humans forget this place exists." Leo knelt, palms open. "I didn't mean to intrude. My name's Leo." The creature tilted its head. "I'm Pip." Its nose twitched. "You smell like sunlight and river stones, not like the others." Pip explained that the Glimmer Deep was dying. A creeping darkness called the Shadevine was suffocating the luminous flora, draining the magic that sustained the realm. "It started when the old Guardian's Heartstone cracked," Pip murmured, leading Leo to a clearing where a towering quartz crystal stood fractured down the middle. Once it pulsed with warmth, now it emitted only a feeble, dying light. The Heartstone kept balance between your world and ours. Without it, the Shadevine spreads. Leo noticed wilted petals on glowing flowers, and a vine-like shadow slithering along the cavern walls. "Can it be fixed?" "Only by finding the echoing acorn," said Pip. "It's a seed from the first tree, hidden in the whispering peaks. It can heal the Heartstone." Pip hesitated. But the path is perilous and my kind. We don't trust humans. They brought the carelessness that cracked the stone. Leo's chest tightened. Let me help. I'll prove not all humans are careless. Their journey began at dawn's first glow, though dawn in the glimmer deep was a soft silvering of the cavern's ceiling. The whispering peaks lay beyond the forest of echoes, where trees murmured secrets if you listened closely. Leo and Pip navigated through groves of singing willows, their branches strumming melodies that made sorrow feel light and joy feel deep. When thorny shadevine blocked their path, Leo used his knowledge of knots from sailing toy boats to weave ropes from glowing vines, creating a bridge. Pip watched in awe. You see solutions in shadows, it said, and Leo realized this tiny being saw him, not just the quiet boy overlooked in the village. As days passed, their friendship defied every expectation. Pip taught Leo to read the language of lichen patterns and listen to the stories stones told when rain fell. Leo shared tales of constellations and how he'd watch them when loneliness bit deep. One evening, huddled under a mushroom cap during a luminescent rain shower, Pip admitted, I thought humans only took, but you give, your patience, your wonder. Leo smiled. And I thought magic was only in stories, yet here you are. The forest of echoes tested them. Shadows twisted into illusions of their fears. Leo saw himself forever unheard. Pip saw its kin vanishing into gloom. When Pip froze before a phantom of the dying glimmer deep, Leo took its paw. Look at me, not the shadow, he urged. You're real. I'm real. This friendship is real. His grip anchored Pip, and the illusion dissolved like smoke. At the whispering peaks, icy winds howled with the voices of long-lost travelers. The echoing acorn rested atop the highest spire, guarded by stone sentinels carved with riddles. Only a heart that understands silence can claim me, the first sentinel intoned. Leo thought of his quiet afternoons watching ants build cities in the dirt, finding music in stillness. He placed his palm on the stone. It warmed, recognizing a kindred spirit. The second challenge was a bridge made of starlight strands, fraying at the edges. Trust must carry you, whispered the wind. Pip trembled. I'm too small, I'll fall. Leo knelt. Then we crossed together, my steps for yours. He carried Pip on his shoulders, each step deliberate, the bridge solidifying beneath his feet as the sentinels hummed approval. The acorn glowed in a nest of frost, humming with ancient power. As Leo lifted it, warmth spread through his fingers, stitching cracks in his own lonely heart. We did it, Pip breathed. But the descent brought disaster. A rock slide separated them, trapping Leo in a crevice while Shadevine lashed toward Pip. Go, Leo urged. Heal the Heartstone. Pip's eyes brimmed with moonlight tears. I won't leave you. Friendship isn't about staying in the dark together, Leo said softly. It's about lighting the way for each other. Go, Pip, for both our worlds. Pip fled with the acorn as the shadevine coiled around Leo's ankles, whispering lies. You're insignificant. You'll be forgotten. Leo closed his eyes, focusing on Pip's laughter in the forest of echoes, the way moss felt like velvet underfoot, the courage he'd found not in being loud, but in being present. The vines recoiled from his stillness. He emerged to find the glimmer deep transformed. Pip had placed the acorn in the Heartstone. Light exploded, not a blinding flash, but a gentle radiance that washed over the cavern like dawn after a storm. The shadevine withered, replaced by creeping phlox that bloomed in starry patterns. The quartz crystal mended, pulsing with a golden warmth that made the upside-down trees shiver with new life. Pip raced to Leo. You lived. Because you were brave first, Leo replied. The guardian spirit materialized, a being of intertwined roots and starlight. "You've restored balance, little ones," it said, voice like rustling pages. "Remember, worlds thrive when they listen to one another. Your friendship was the true magic." As Leo returned home, the oak's roots sealed behind him. Days later, villagers marveled at Willowbrook Woods. Wildflowers bloomed in impossible colors, and the air sparkled with renewed vitality. Leo tended a sapling that sprouted where the root arch had been, watered by glimmer-deep dew-pip brought on moonlit visits. Years passed. Leo grew into a storyteller who taught children to hear the whispers in willow leaves and see magic in quiet acts of kindness. And whenever doubt crept in, he'd cradle an ordinary acorn from his sapling, now tall and strong, remembering that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to carry light into darkness, and that the smallest friendship can heal the grandest of worlds. Under the stars, as fireflies danced like earthbound constellations, Leo would murmur to the night, "Thank you, Pip," and the wind would sigh back through the oaks, warm and alive, wrapping the world in a story that never truly ended. Story 18. The rain on Veridia Prime wasn't water, but a soft, persistent drizzle of iridescent spores that clung to everything, making the world shimmer like a forgotten jewel. Deep within a tangled forest of bioluminescent ferns and sighing, sentient trees, a small, anxious creature huddled beneath a giant, pulsating mushroom cap. This was Whisper. Her species, the Solthari, were delicate beings covered in velvety, moss-green fur, with large, luminous eyes adapted to Veridia's perpetual twilight. Solthari communicated primarily through intricate patterns of bioluminescence on their fur and subtle shifts, in pitch too high for most species to hear. Loud noises were physically painful to them, a fact that made the universe a terrifyingly noisy place. Whisper had become separated from her foraging pod during a sudden spore storm. Now lost and trembling, every unfamiliar sound, the creak of a tree, the distant call of a sky whale, sent jolts of discomfort through her small frame. She longed for the gentle, silent communion of her kin. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Not with the delicate shiver of a Solthari step, but with heavy, rhythmic thumps. Through the glowing undergrowth, a massive shape emerged. It stood easily twice Whisper's height, its body composed of plates of interlocking, rock-like hide the color of storm clouds. Two sturdy legs supported a broad torso, and its head, devoid of visible eyes, featured a series of deep, resonant cavities. This was Boulder, a gromite from the asteroid belt of Xylos 7. Gromites navigated and communicated entirely through seismic vibrations and deep, resonant frequencies they produced within their bodies. Their world was one of touch and sound, felt through the bedrock. To Boulder, Veridia Prime was eerily silent. The soft ground absorbed his vibrations, and the air felt unnervingly empty. He was a geologist studying the unique crystalline formations deep within Veridia's caves, and he too had lost his way, his internal compass scrambled by the planet's unusual magnetic fields. Boulder stopped, sensing a small, rapid vibration nearby Whisper's terrified trembling. He turned his sound-sensing cavities towards the mushroom. He emitted a low, inquisitive hum, a gentle hoo-um meant as a friendly greeting. To Whisper, it was like being struck by a physical force. She shrieked, a high-pitched sound that was agony to her own ears, but utterly silent to Boulder. Her fur flared in frantic, panicked patterns of red and orange. Boulder felt the sudden, sharp vibration of her distress through the ground. Confused, he took a step closer, emitting another, slightly louder hum of concern. "Who, are you hurt?" Whisper scrambled backwards, tripping over a root. Her fur flashed blinding white pure terror. Boulder stopped, utterly perplexed. Why was this small creature vibrating so violently? Was it injured? He tried a softer approach, lowering his frequency to the gentlest hum he could manage, a deep, soothing thrum like a distant mountain singing. But to Whisper, even the softest gromite hum was a booming pressure wave. She curled into a tight ball, her fur dimming to a miserable, pulsing gray. Boulder sensed the despair in the weak vibrations. He didn't understand, but he understood suffering. He carefully sat down a short distance away, the ground sighing under his weight. He stopped humming. Complete silence. He focused on projecting calm, steady vibrations through the earth, a slow, reassuring pulse. Thump, thump, thump. Whisper felt the rhythmic pulse through the ground. It was deep, powerful, but not painful like the airborne hums. It was steadying, like the heartbeat of the planet itself. Hesitantly, she uncurled slightly. Her fur flickered a hesitant pale green. Thump, 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 the pulse continued, unwavering. It was a language she could feel, not hear. Slowly, her trembling subsided. She projected a tiny, tentative pulse of her own bioluminescence, a soft, steady green glow. Boulder felt the faint, answering vibration through the ground, a tiny, rhythmic echo of his own pulse. Connection. He didn't know what it meant, but it felt positive. He pulsed again, slightly softer. Thump, thump. Whisper glowed brighter. Glow, glow. They spent hours like that, communicating in this rudimentary language of pulse and glow. Boulder learned that sharp, bright flashes meant fear for Whisper. Slow, deep pulses from him seemed to soothe her. Whisper learned that Boulder meant no harm. His terrifying sounds were just his way of speaking. When he needed to move, he would tap the ground gently with one massive hand tap, 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 and Whisper would glow a steady blue, meaning safe to move. They shared shelter under the giant mushroom during another spore shower, the iridescent rain pattering softly above them, the air filled with the faint scent of damp earth and ozone. Boulder radiated gentle warmth from his core, a welcome comfort against the damp chill. Whisper nestled near his sturdy leg, projected patterns of soft blue and silver onto his rocky hide, pictures of glowing flowers and gentle streams, her way of sharing her world. Their fragile peace was shattered by a deep, groaning rumble that came not from Boulder, but from the earth itself. A tremor, stronger than any before, shook the forest. Bioluminescent ferns swayed violently, and a nearby crystal formation cracked with a sound like shattering glass. Boulder instantly projected a powerful, protective pulse thump, and scooped Whisper gently into a hollow formed by his interlocked arms. Debris rained down, but Boulder's sturdy form shielded her. The tremor subsided, leaving an unsettling silence broken only by the dripping spores. They needed to find safer ground. Boulder sensed instability deeper in the direction he'd come from. Using his seismic sense, he detected a large cavern system nearby, likely stable rock. He tapped a complex rhythm, tap, 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 pause, tap, tap. Danger here, safe place that way, follow. Whisper glowed a determined yellow. She scampered ahead, her sensitive Silthari hearing and sight guiding them around treacherous, cracked ground and fallen branches Boulder might not feel. She warned him of unstable patches with frantic red flashes, and he would carefully test the ground before proceeding. They were an unlikely pair, the small, silent guide and the massive, resonant protector, navigating the alien forest together. The cavern entrance was a dark maw hidden behind a waterfall of glowing blue algae. Inside, the air was cool and still, smelling of ancient stone and minerals. Bioluminescent fungi dotted the walls and ceiling like scattered stars. It felt safer, quieter. Whisper relaxed, her fur glowing a contented soft blue. Boulder emitted a low, pleased hum without thinking. Whisper flinched violently, her fur flaring red and orange. Boulder instantly silenced himself, radiating pulses of deep remorse. Thump, 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 sorry, sorry. Whisper trembled, but the cave's acoustics amplified even the softest sound. Boulder's remorseful pulses felt strong through the rock. She took a deep breath, forcing her fur to shift back to a calmer blue. She projected a pattern, a simple circle, then a jagged line breaking it, then the circle reforming. Hurt, but better now. Boulder pulsed understanding. Thump. They ventured deeper, drawn by the faint, internal light emanating from clusters of enormous, hexagonal crystals growing from the cavern floor and walls. The air hummed with a natural, resonant frequency. Boulder approached one, fascinated. He placed a hand on it and emitted a very low, experimental hum. The crystal responded, vibrating sympathetically, amplifying the sound into a deep, beautiful chord that filled the cavern. Whisper, expecting pain, braced herself, but felt nothing. The sound was contained, channeled through the crystal and the rock. It was powerful, yes, but not painful. It was magnificent. She felt the vibration through her paws, a deep, soothing resonance that seemed to calm her very bones. Her fur flared not in pain, but in wonder, cascades of gold and silver light dancing across her form in time with the resonant chord. Boulder felt her wonder through the vibrations. He hummed again, a different note. The crystal answered, a harmonious second chord joining the first. The cavern sang. Whisper scampered closer, placing her tiny paws on another crystal. She didn't hum, but she projected her bioluminescence onto the crystal's face. As the light touched it, the crystal refracted it, scattering beams of colored light across the cavern walls, emerald green, sapphire blue, amethyst purple, painting the stone in Whisper's silent song. They experimented, Boulder humming simple melodies that the crystals transformed into profound harmonies, while Whisper painted the walls with light, her patterns shifting and flowing with the music. It was a symphony of sound and light, a language born not of words, but of shared resonance and understanding. For the first time, Whisper didn't just tolerate Boulder's sound, she felt it as something beautiful, a fundamental force of his being. And Boulder didn't just see Whisper's light, he felt the emotion it conveyed through the vibrations it created on the crystal surfaces. Her joy made the stones sing differently. Their newfound harmony was interrupted by a deafening crack, followed by a roar of falling rock. A section of the cavern wall, weakened by the earlier tremor, collapsed, sealing the entrance they'd used. Dust filled the air. They were trapped. Panic threatened to overwhelm Whisper. The dust choked her, the darkness pressed in. Boulder immediately projected powerful, calming pulses. Thump, 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 thump. Steady, I am here. He moved towards the rockfall, testing the massive boulders. Too heavy, even for him. He scanned the cavern with his seismic sense. There was another passage, narrow and twisting, leading upwards, but it was partially blocked by smaller debris. He tapped a complex rhythm on the rock. Tap, 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 and tap, tap, tap. Another way, narrow, blocked, can you see? Whisper, her large eyes cutting through the dust, scampered to the passage. She projected a pattern, a narrow tunnel, then a cluster of glowing red shapes, rocks, then boulder, then arrows pointing upwards. Small path. Rocks blocking. You can move them. Boulder pulsed affirmation. Thump. He moved to the passage entrance. He could dislodge the rocks, but the passage was too narrow and twisting for him to navigate easily. He needed Whisper to guide him. He tapped. I clear, you show way, your light, my eyes. Whisper understood. Boulder began carefully dislodging rocks, his powerful arms moving with surprising delicacy. Dust billowed. Whisper darted into the cleared space, her fur a bright, steady beacon. She projected patterns onto the walls ahead, arrows pointing left or right, warning of loose rocks with flashes of red, indicating clear paths with steady blue. Boulder, blind in the conventional sense, followed her light map faithfully, trusting her perception completely. The climb was arduous. Boulder had to squeeze through tight spaces, scraping his hide, relying entirely on Whisper's guidance. Whisper in turn braved the choking dust and darkness, knowing Boulder's strength was their only hope. She saw a loose rock above him just as he was about to push against it. She projected a frantic, strobing red pattern directly onto his shoulder plate. Danger above. Boulder instantly stopped, shifted his weight, and the rock tumbled harmlessly past. He pulsed deep gratitude. Thump, thump, thump. Finally, after what felt like an age, they saw a sliver of light, not bioluminescence, but the soft, spore-filtered light of Viridia's surface. Whisper scrambled out onto a mossy ledge overlooking the vast, glowing forest. Boulder heaved himself out moments later, breathing deeply the fresh, cool air. They were free. They stood side by side on the ledge, looking out at the shimmering world. The shared ordeal, the trust forged in the dark, the discovery of their unique harmony, it had changed everything. Boulder turned towards Whisper. He wanted to express the profound gratitude and friendship he felt. But how? Words were impossible. Slowly, deliberately, he began to hum. Not a loud, booming sound, but a deep, resonant frequency pitched just so. He directed it not at Whisper, but at the rock ledge beneath them. The stone vibrated, transmitting the sound as a gentle, thrumming pulse through the ground where Whisper stood. It was a melody, simple and pure, the song of the crystals adapted for her senses. It vibrated up through her paws, a comforting warm resonance that spoke of safety, strength, and unwavering friendship. Whisper felt it. She understood. Her fur ignited not in fear, but in a brilliant, joyful display swirling galaxies of light, exploding supernovas of color, a silent symphony of pure happiness reflecting the profound beauty of Boulder's grounded song. She scampered up his arm, a gesture of complete trust, and placed her tiny paws on his broad chest plate. She projected a single, complex pattern directly onto the stone, two different shapes, one angular and strong, one soft and flowing intertwined, surrounded by a halo of golden light. Friends. Boulder felt the vibration of her touch, saw the light pattern reflected dimly in his senses. He understood. He pulsed back a deep, contented thump-thump that resonated through his chest and into Whisper's small frame. A shared heartbeat. They found Whisper's pod soon after, guided by the distinctive light patterns of her kin shimmering through the trees. The Silthari were initially terrified of the massive gromite, their fur flashing alarm. But Whisper stood before them, projecting calm blue patterns and the intertwined symbol she'd shown Boulder. She then turned and touched Boulder's leg. He responded with the gentlest possible ground pulse, a soft thump-thump that Whisper visibly relaxed into. Boulder eventually found his way back to his research team. But he never forgot Whisper. He returned often to the crystalline cave. And whenever he did, he would hum his special, ground-transmitted melody into the entrance. Moments later, a small, moss-green streak would emerge from the glowing forest. They would sit together on the ledge, Boulder humming his earth song, Whisper painting the twilight with her light, their unique languages blending into a silent, resonant testament to the most unlikely and truest of friendships. They had learned that friendship wasn't about speaking the same language, but about listening with more than just ears, seeing with more than just eyes, and finding the unique resonance that exists between kindred spirits, no matter how different their worlds. And sometimes what sounds like noise to one is the very compass that guides another home. Story 19. Story 19. In the quiet valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons against the twilight sky, something peculiar began to unfold. Every morning, villagers would step outside to find their gardens transformed overnight. Mrs. Thimble's prize-winning roses appeared in Mr. Nettle's herb patch. The Potts children's painted pebble collection decorated Old Man Hemlock's windowsill. Nothing was stolen or broken, only gently rearranged, as if invisible hands were playing an elaborate game of swap. Young Benji, who spent his afternoons watching ants march along the cobblestone paths, first noticed the pattern. "It's like the wind has sticky fingers," he whispered to his friend Lily, whose grandmother tended the village's apothecary garden. Lily, with her keen eyes the color of moss after rain, decided to investigate. She gathered clues, a faint scent of crushed mint near the swapped items, tiny shimmering footprints no larger than acorn caps on dew-damp soil, and the softest chime-like laughter echoing from the oak grove at midnight. "It's not the wind," she declared. "It's someone lost." Her grandmother nodded wisely, stirring a pot of lavender honey. When things wander out of place, it's often because their heart is looking for home. One moonlit evening, Lily and Benji hid beneath a quilted canopy of ivy near the village square, mugs of spiced cider warming their hands. As the clock tower chimed 12, the air hummed. Dozens of tiny creatures with wings like frosted maple seeds fluttered into the square, carrying pansies like violet teacups and turnips like sleeping infants. Their leader, a sprightly being with a cap made of woven grass, wrung her hands. "The map's gone blurry," she fretted to her companions, unrolling a leaf etched with glowing symbols. "The Moonstone Grove should be here, but everything's mismatched." Lily gasped. The creatures were lumplings, garden spirits who tended the valley's magic. Every autumn they performed the root song ritual in the sacred grove to keep the earth fertile. But their ancient map, soaked in a summer storm, had smudged landmarks into indecipherable swirls. Lost, they'd mistaken human gardens for their grove, rearranging them in desperate hope. Lily remembered the wise hedgehog librarian who lived beneath the hollow willow. Padding through crunching amber leaves, they found Pippin polishing spectacles made of dewdrop lenses. "Ah," he squeaked, studying the leaf map. "The grove isn't marked by shapes, but by sounds." He pointed to a smudged symbol. "This isn't a hill, it's the chime of bluebells near the western stream, and this wobbly line, the whisper of ferns unfurling at dawn." With Pippin's guidance, Lily realized the true landmarks: the giggle of the brook over smooth stones, the creak of the oldest apple tree's branches, the sigh of wind through the reeds. At dawn, Lily led the lumplings to the grove, a hidden clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy stones. As the lumplings sang, roots glowed gold beneath the soil, and the valley sighed in contentment. In gratitude, the spirits gifted Lily a seed that bloomed into a perpetually warm lantern, casting buttery light on winter nights. The rearranged items returned home, each carrying a secret blessing. Mrs. Thimble's roses bloomed sweeter, Mr. Nettle's herbs healed faster, and the Potts' children's pebbles now glowed softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home. Willowbrook learned that even misplaced things carry kindness, and every gentle mystery is just a heart seeking its song. As the hearth fires flickered behind curtained windows, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of tiny wings and maps written in the language of the earth. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. It's okay, Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change, you're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds glowing with a soft, silvery light were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. "I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow." The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. "Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return." They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. "Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy." It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous paws. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tear. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Kor, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Kor had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Kor was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Kor, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Kor emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Kor took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back." Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Kor's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Kor not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Kor recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. Aggression, Kor thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's Tear, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Kor stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Kor's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Kor shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Core, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Core shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Core's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Core remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's tier, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Core, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Core's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Core took the root. As Core's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Core straightened, the cracks on the plates stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Core looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Core had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Core's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. Tick, she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Kor watched intently. Then Kor pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Kor then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord. Kor gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound. Xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed Kor samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Kor showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of Xylos. Tick learned that Kor's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Kor couldn't vocalize like Tick. Kor learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Kor with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tear bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Kor, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Kor's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Kor's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Kor lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Kor's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Kor, but with gratitude. Kor set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. Safe, Kor, safe, Tick. Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Kor's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Kor's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Kor, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Kor chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Kor stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Kor, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Kor's pain. She held it up. Kor understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Kor carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Kor offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Kor's large claw. Kor placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Kor's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes. Tick's eyes soft with affection, Core's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Core stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Core raised a limb in farewell, a single, pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Core, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. Story 66. Story 67. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Brook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained, but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Brook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang lullabies and chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats. Every morning the villagers awoke to dew-kissed cobblestones and the scent of thyme drifting from Mistress Bramble's garden. But for 3 days something peculiar stirred beneath the dawn's rosy fingers. The milk pails left overnight on porches, cream-rich and white as moonbeams when set out, transformed by sunrise. Monday's milk shimmered like liquid amethyst with the tart sweetness of blackberries. Tuesday's glowed sunflower yellow, tasting of honeycomb. Wednesday's swirled with emerald streaks and the crispness of just-picked apples. Young Felix, whose freckles matched the cinnamon dots on his mother's plum cakes, noticed the pattern. "It's like a rainbow's hiding in our buckets," he whispered to his grandmother, Agnes, as they stirred a pot of oatmeal by the hearth. Agnes adjusted her spectacles, carved from willow wood by the village lens maker. "Magic often leaves clues in plain sight, child," she murmured. "Observe the small things, the way a spider mends her web or a wren tilts its head." That evening, Felix tucked a woolen blanket around the milk pail on their porch. Hidden behind a fragrant lavender bush, he watched. Moonlight silvered the thatched roofs. Crickets hummed. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft pitter-patter approached, like raindrops on oak leaves. A creature no taller than Felix's niece scurried into view. It had velvety ears twitching like moth wings, fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes like polished hailstones. With a nervous glance, it nudged the pail with its damp nose. A sneeze, a tiny achoo, burst forth. A sprinkle of iridescent dust sparkled over the milk, turning it lavender with the scent of violets. "Wait," Felix called softly. The creature froze, trembling. "I won't hurt you," Felix promised, kneeling. "Why are you changing our milk?" The creature sniffled. "I'm Pippet," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "I've got a cold, my sneezes, they make things different." Tears welled in its hailstone eyes. "The village healer's garden has elderflowers that could cure me, but I'm too shy to ask." Felix's heart melted like butter on warm bread. "We'll help." He fetched Agnes, whose wisdom flowed as steadily as the river. She brewed a steaming cup of elderflower tea, sweetened with clover honey. "Drink up, little one," she soothed. "Magic colds need magic remedies." As Pippet sipped, Agnes explained. Pippet was a glimmerkin, rare forest spirits whose sneezes accidentally enchanted objects. He didn't mean mischief, Felix, just loneliness and a runny nose. Word spread at dawn. Villagers gathered, not with pitchforks but curiosity. Baker Tom brought hazelnut scones. Potter Nell carried a tiny ceramic cup for Pippet. "Colorful milk's rather lovely," chuckled Farmer Jed, sipping his violet brew. With the village's kindness, Pippet's cold vanished. His sneezes became purposeful, dusting flower seeds to make them bloom faster, or adding silver swirls to Mistress Bramble's yarn. The resolution arrived one starlit evening. Pippet perched on the village well, surrounded by new friends. "I have a gift," he announced. One mighty achoo sent a cascade of glitter over the communal milk churn. Morning revealed not one color, but a swirling galaxy of flavors: vanilla blue, raspberry gold, mint green. "A shared rainbow," breathed Felix. Willowbrook's breakfasts became celebrations, each sip a delightful surprise. Pippet moved into a cozy burrow beneath Agnes's rose bushes, his sneezes now welcomed like wind chimes in spring. And so, the mystery that began with bewilderment ended with unity. The villagers learned that magic isn't always grand spells, but small acts of empathy. A blanket offered, a cup of tea shared, a shy creature embraced. As fireflies blinked like floating embers outside their windows, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of lavender clouds and honeycombed suns, knowing that even the strangest happenings could weave the warmest comforts. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. "These see what wishes to stay hidden." With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers, Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she. knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty wood mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. On the humming orbital station Nebula's Cradle, where starlight streamed through crystal viewports and hydroponic gardens breathed sweetness into recycled air, two souls drifted into each other's path like asteroids caught in the same gravity well. Kale, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged fingers, tended his beloved luminous orchids. His companion was Pip, a small, six-legged mechanoid resembling a copper spider, who whirred softly as it adjusted nutrient feeds. They were content in their quiet routine, until the day a shudder rattled the station's bones. Alarms blared, a containment breach in Sector Gamma. Kale sprinted toward the disturbance, Pip skittering at his heels. What they found wasn't radiation or fire, but a creature curled beneath a fractured coolant pipe, trembling. It resembled a living nebula, translucent skin shimmering with internal constellations, limbs like braided starlight, and eyes like molten silver pools. Kale gasped. Pip extended a delicate probe, chirping a diagnostic. The creature flinched, emitting a sound like cracking ice. Fear. Communication was impossible. Kale offered water. The being recoiled, mistaking the gesture for aggression. Pip displayed holographic schematics of the station. The alien blinked, overwhelmed. Its name, they learned days later through painstaking gestures, was Lyra, from the water world Thalassar, where thoughts flowed like currents and touch conveyed meaning. Here, stranded after her scout pod collided with debris, Lyra felt adrift in a desert of harsh lights and jarring sounds. She perceived Kale's attempts to help as clumsy intrusions, Pip's whirs as threatening buzzes. Loneliness was a cold, suffocating tide. The misunderstanding deepened when the station's core life support faltered. Lights dimmed, the air grew thin and stale. Kale, deciphering schematics with Pip, realized only thalassarian biogel, a substance Lyra secreted when calm, could reseal the fractured oxygen recyclers. But Lyra, sensing the panic around her, had retreated into a defensive shell, her skin hardening into opaque crystal. Kale approached with tools. Lyra saw weapons. Pip extended a welder. Lyra hissed, mistaking it for a predator's mandible. She thinks we're attacking her. Kale realized, heart sinking. Their survival depended on trust, yet an ocean of fear lay between them. Then Pip did something extraordinary. The little mechanoid didn't approach Lyra. Instead, it scuttled to Kale's abandoned orchid tray, its delicate limbs carefully plucking a wilting bloom. With agonizing slowness, Pip placed the flower before Lyra, then retreated. It began to hum, not its usual mechanical whir, but a gentle, melodic vibration that echoed the station's distant harmonic stabilizers. The sound was familiar. Lyra uncurled slightly. Thalassarians communicated through resonant frequencies in water. This dry, artificial hum carried a ghost of home. Hesitantly, Lyra reached out. Her crystalline fingertip touched the orchid's petal. Kale held his breath. Lyra's skin softened, glowing faintly. She touched the flower again, then looked at Pip. A soft, chiming note escaped her, a question. Pip responded with 2 ascending tones. A conversation began, fragile as spun glass. Pip became the bridge, translating Lyra's resonant pulses into binary flashes Kale understood, converting his words into vibrational patterns Lyra felt. They learned her gel wasn't harvested, but shared in moments of deep connection. Survival wasn't about taking, it was about giving. Working together, they became a symphony. Kale rigged a hydration mist to mimic Thalassar's humidity, soothing Lyra. Pip calibrated sonic emitters to amplify her calming frequencies. As the station groaned around them, Lyra closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the fragile trust blooming between them. Her skin shimmered and luminous gel, warm as sunlight, pooled in her palm. Kale, guided by Pip's precise instructions, applied it to the recyclers. With each seal repaired, the air grew sweeter, the light steadier. When the final breach closed, Lyra slumped, exhausted. Kale caught her, not with tools but with open hands. Her skin pulsed softly against his, a language beyond words saying, "I am safe with you." Weeks later, Lyra's repaired pod prepared to depart. Nebula's cradle gleamed, its gardens thriving under Kale's care, Pip polishing viewports with quiet pride. At the airlock, no words were needed. Lyra pressed her forehead to Kale's, a Thalassarian gesture of eternal bond. To Pip, she offered a single, perfect, luminous orchid grown from their shared garden, its roots entwined with a strand of her starlight hair. Pip stored it carefully within its chassis, a warm light glowing where its heart might be. As Lyra's pod vanished into the star-flecked velvet, Kale felt not emptiness, but fullness. He understood now, friendship wasn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same sky. It was the quiet hum in the darkness that says, "You are not alone." It was the flower offered instead of a weapon, the gel given freely, the light held safe within a metal chest. Pip chirped softly, projecting a hologram of Lyra's orchid beside Thalassar's swirling oceans. Together, human and mechanoid watched the stars, their silence a comfortable, lasting warmth, like embers in a hearth after a long journey. Some bonds, they knew, stretched farther than light years, anchored not in sameness, but in the brave, gentle choice to understand. And in the vast, whispering cosmos, that made all the difference. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. The old stone bridge spanning Silver Creek had always hummed with secrets, or so Leo's grandmother claimed. 7-year-old Leo, quiet as the moss clinging to its arches, believed her implicitly. He spent countless afternoons tucked beneath its curve, listening to the water chuckle over smooth pebbles and tracing the cool, damp stone with his fingertips. It was there, one drowsy afternoon when the sun painted the world in honey gold, that Leo discovered the true nature of the bridge's secret. It wasn't just a sound, it was a voice. A faint rustling like dry leaves skittering across cobblestones brushed against his ear. Not from the wind stirring the willow fronds, but seemingly from the bridge itself. Leo pressed his ear flat against the cool, mossy stone. The rustling coalesced into whispers, indistinct at first, then clearer. Lost, the Heartwood shivers, the path fades. Leo sat bolt upright, heart thumping like a trapped sparrow. He glanced around, but the riverbank was empty save for darting dragonflies and a sleepy frog blinking on a lily pad. Tentatively, he placed his hand back on the stone. The whispers surged, tinged with urgency. Guardian sleeps, shadow creeps, find the listening stone. A thrill, equal parts fear and wonder, shot through him. The listening stone. Was that the bridge? Or something else? The whispers faded, leaving only the familiar sounds of the creek and the chirping of crickets. But the seed was planted. Leo knew deep in his bones that the bridge wasn't just humming secrets, it was asking for help. That night under a sky dusted with 1,000,000 diamond stars, Leo couldn't sleep. The whispers echoed in his mind. He crept from his bed, the worn wooden floor cool beneath his bare feet, and padded silently to the window overlooking the moonlit garden. The stone bridge was a dark silhouette against the silvered creek. As he watched, a soft, greenish luminescence pulsed faintly within its ancient stones, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was calling him. With a resolve that surprised him, Leo dressed quickly in his sturdiest trousers and thickest sweater. He slipped downstairs, careful to avoid the creaky third step, and filled his small canvas satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his trusty pocket-knife, a gift from his grandfather, and a small, smooth river stone he always carried for luck. He paused by the back door, glancing at his sleeping grandmother's room. He knew he should wake her, tell her, but the whispers had felt private, meant only for him. Taking a deep breath of the cool, night-scented air-damp earth, honeysuckle and distant pine, he slipped out into the moonlight. The world at night was transformed. Familiar paths became mysterious tunnels beneath the arching branches of ancient oaks. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of silver and deep blue shadow. The air hummed with the symphony of night creatures, the rhythmic chirring of crickets, the mournful hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Leo followed the creek upstream, past the humming bridge, guided by an instinct he couldn't name and the faint, persistent tug of the whispers that seemed to resonate within him now, not just from the stone. He walked for what felt like hours, the path becoming less distinct, the trees denser and older. Giant ferns unfurled like sleeping giants, and moss hung thick and soft from gnarled branches, glowing faintly with an eerie phosphorescence. Just as weariness began to creep into his legs, the creek widened into a still, dark pool, reflecting the star-strewn sky. On the far side, partially obscured by cascading ferns and draped with luminous moss, stood an archway Leo had never seen before. It wasn't built of stone or wood, but seemed woven from the living roots of two colossal, intertwined trees. Their bark shimmered with the same soft green light he'd seen in the bridge. The whispers within Leo intensified, becoming a chorus. The whispering gate stepped through, find the stone, taking a deep breath. Leo waded through the cool, shallow water, the pebbles smooth beneath his feet. As he passed beneath the arch of living roots, a strange sensation washed over him, like stepping through a curtain of cool, charged air. The world shifted. On the other side, the air was warmer, sweeter, thick with the scent of unfamiliar blossoms and damp, rich earth. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor like scattered lanterns, casting pools of soft blue and violet light. Trees soared even higher, their leaves shimmering with iridescent colors, deep purples, shimmering greens, and dusky blues. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Leo had seen, danced in intricate patterns overhead. He had stepped into the whispering woods, a hidden world pulsing with ancient magic. Awed, Leo stood frozen, drinking in the impossible beauty. Then, a low, rumbling growl shattered the peaceful symphony. From behind a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools, a creature emerged. Leo's breath caught. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but built like a sturdy badger covered in thick, mossy fur. Its skin looked like rough-hewn stone, dark gray and deeply textured. 4 powerful legs ended in broad, clawed paws. Its head was blocky, dominated by 2 large, dark eyes that glowed with an inner amber light, currently fixed intently on Leo. It lowered its head, rumbling again, a sound like distant rocks tumbling down a mountainside. fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leo. This was no gentle woodland sprite. He remembered the whispers, guardian sleeps, shadow creeps. Was this the guardian? Or the shadow? He took a cautious step back, his hand instinctively closing around the smooth river stone in his pocket. The creature took a slow, deliberate step forward, its stone-like hide scraping softly against the moss. It sniffed the air, its blunt snout twitching. Leo noticed something then. Tangled within the moss covering its flank were strands of thorny, dark vines that seemed to pulse with an unhealthy purple-black light. The creature flinched as it moved, as if the vines caused it pain. Its rumbling wasn't entirely hostile, it sounded distressed. The whispers surged within Leo, softer now, layered with meaning. Not shadow, trapped, hurting, listen. Could he listen? Not just to the whispers inside him, but to this strange, stony creature. Summoning every ounce of courage, Leo slowly knelt, making himself smaller, less threatening. He held out his empty hand, palm open, towards the creature, mimicking something he'd seen his grandmother do with frightened animals. He didn't speak, he just tried to project calm as the whispers seemed to guide him. The creature paused, its glowing amber eyes studying Leo's open palm, then his face. The rumbling softened, becoming less a growl and more a deep, questioning vibration. It took another step closer, its movement stiff, hindered by the thorny vines. It sniffed Leo's hand, a surprisingly warm breath puffing against his skin. The touch sent a jolt through Leo, not of fear, but of understanding. Images flashed in his mind, not words, but sensations. Deep earth, cool stone, the comfort of moss, and then sharp, stinging pain, a creeping darkness stealing warmth. The whispers confirmed it, Bramblethorn, steals warmth, steals voice, guardian wounded. This creature was the guardian of the Whispering Woods. It wasn't threatening Leo, it was hurt. The shadow creeping through the woods was this parasitic Bramblethorn, draining the guardian's strength and silencing the natural magic of the place. Leo understood now why the bridge had called. The guardian needed help. How? Leo whispered aloud, his voice sounding small in the vast, magical wood. How do I help? The guardian nudged his open palm gently with its mossy snout. Another wave of sensation washed over Leo, the image of a tall, slender stone standing in a clearing, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer. The listening stone. The whispers sighed, stone hears, stone speaks, cleanse the thorn. The guardian turned and began to limp slowly through the glowing forest, glancing back at Leo with those luminous amber eyes. Leo followed. They moved deeper into the Whispering Woods, the guardian leading the way despite its obvious pain. Leo marveled at the sights, trees that chimed softly in a breeze he couldn't feel, flowers that opened and closed like tiny lanterns, streams that flowed with water glowing like liquid moonlight. But he also saw signs of the spreading shadow patches where the luminous moss was withered and gray, flowers drooping and dark, and more of the insidious, pulsing bramblethorn vines creeping along the forest floor and up the ancient trees. Their journey was slow. The guardian grew weaker, pausing more frequently, its breathing labored. Leo shared his bread and cheese, which the creature accepted gratefully, crunching the crust with surprisingly strong stone-like teeth. As they rested near a stream of glowing water, Leo carefully examined the thorny vines embedded in the guardian's mossy hide. The thorns were sharp and black, oozing a sticky, dark sap. He remembered his pocket knife. Can I try to cut them? Leo asked softly. The guardian looked at him, then slowly lowered its massive head, presenting the tangled vines. Leo took it as permission. With painstaking care, he used the small blade to saw at the thickest vines near the base, avoiding the guardian's mossy skin. It was tough work, the vines fibrous and resistant. The dark sap stained his fingers, cold and unpleasant. Each vine severed seemed to lessen the guardian's pain a fraction, and a soft, warm pulse of amber light would briefly flare beneath its stony hide. Leo felt a surge of determination. He could help. He cut as many vines as he could reach, but the deepest, most tangled ones near the guardian's spine were beyond his small blade. The guardian rumbled softly, a sound Leo now recognized as gratitude mixed with lingering pain. It nudged him gently onwards. The stone was the only way. Finally, as the first hints of pearly dawn light began to filter through the impossibly high canopy, though Leo felt sure only hours had passed in the outside world, they reached a clearing bathed in ethereal silver light. In its center stood the listening stone. It was taller than Leo, a slender monolith of smooth, dark gray stone shot through with veins of shimmering quartz. Intricate spiral patterns covered its surface, pulsing with a soft, rhythmic light like a heartbeat. The air around it hummed with pure, resonant energy. The guardian stopped at the edge of the clearing, unable to go further. It sank down onto the soft moss, breathing heavily, the remaining bramble-thorn vines pulsing angrily. Its amber eyes looked at Leo, filled with trust and a deep weariness. The whispers within Leo swelled, a chorus of the woods themselves. Touch the stone, share the hurt, and let it listen. Leo approached the listening stone. Its surface felt warm and smooth beneath his fingertips, vibrating gently. He closed his eyes, pressing his palms flat against the cool quartz veins. He didn't know what to say. Instead, he focused on what he had felt. The guardian's deep pain, the creeping cold of the bramblethorn, the fear in the whispering bridge, the fading magic of the woods. He poured his own worry for the guardian and his desire to help into the stone. The stone responded instantly. The pulsing light within its spirals intensified, blazing a brilliant, pure white. The hum grew louder, resonating through Leo's bones, vibrating through the very earth. It wasn't sound. It was pure feeling, pure understanding. The stone knew. A beam of pure white light lanced out from the stone, not blinding, but intensely warm and cleansing. It struck the remaining bramble-thorn vines, entwining the guardian. Where the light touched, the dark, thorny vines hissed and smoked, shriveling instantly into brittle, black dust that fell away like ash. The sickly purple-black glow vanished. The guardian shuddered, a deep, resonant sigh escaping it like the settling of ancient stones. As the light faded, the amber glow beneath its mossy hide blazed strong and steady, free of shadow. It slowly rose to its feet, stretching, the stiffness gone, radiating warmth and strength. It turned its massive head towards Leo and let out a low, melodious rumble that vibrated through the clearing like a contented purr. The sound was rich, earthy, and filled with profound gratitude. The effect was instantaneous throughout the whispering woods. The withered moss patches regained their vibrant green luminescence. The drooping flowers perked up, their lantern-like blooms shining brightly once more. The chiming of the trees grew louder, sweeter, a joyful chorus. The shadow had been cleansed. The guardian approached Leo. It lowered its great head and gently nudged Leo's chest with its mossy forehead. Warmth, deep and comforting, flowed into Leo, along with a profound sense of peace and connection. The whispers within him quieted, replaced by a silent, deep understanding. He knew the guardian's name not in words but in essence, Boulder Heart. Boulder Heart turned and walked towards the edge of the clearing, stopping beneath the arching branches of a colossal, shimmering tree. It looked back at Leo, its amber eyes soft. The message was clear. It was time for Leo to return. His task was done. The woods were healing. Leo felt a pang of sadness at leaving this magical place and his newfound friend. He walked to Boulder Heart and placed his small hand on the guardian's sturdy, moss-covered shoulder. Boulder Heart rumbled softly. Then it leaned down and nudged the ground near Leo's feet. A patch of moss glowed brightly and lifted slightly. Beneath it lay a small, smooth stone, identical to the river stone Leo carried in his pocket, but this one pulsed with a soft, internal green light, like a captured piece of the whispering woods. Leo picked it up. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly. A promise. A connection. Boulder Heart nudged him gently towards the shimmering tree arch. Taking one last look at the radiant guardian and the singing, glowing woods, Leo stepped beneath the arch. The cool curtain of air washed over him again. He found himself standing by the still, dark pool, reflecting the dawn sky. The whispering gate, the living root arch, was gone. Silver Creek chuckled beside him. Birdsong filled the morning air, ordinary, beautiful birdsong. He looked down at the small, glowing stone in his hand. It pulsed gently, a warm ember against his palm. He wasn't sure if hours or minutes had passed, but the sun was just cresting the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Leo walked slowly back along the creek, the familiar path seeming both the same and utterly transformed. He felt different. Quieter inside, yet filled with a profound warmth and a deep understanding of the hidden life pulsing just beneath the surface of the world. He stopped at the old stone bridge. He placed his hand on its cool, mossy stone. No frantic whispers greeted him, only a deep, contented hum, like a giant cat purring in the sunlight. The stone felt warm, strong, and at peace. As Leo slipped back into his quiet house, the scent of baking bread already filling the air, he tucked the warm, glowing stone deep into his pocket. He joined his grandmother at the kitchen table. She looked up from her knitting, her kind eyes studying his face, still touched with the wonder of the night. "You look like you've been on quite an adventure, my little owl," she said softly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Leo smiled back, a secret warmth glowing in his chest, as bright as the stone hidden in his pocket. He took a deep breath of the warm, bread-scented air, listening to the familiar creak of the old house and the distant chuckle of Silver Creek. The world was full of whispers, he knew now, not just in hidden woods, but everywhere in the rustle of leaves, the murmur of water, the sigh of the wind. You just had to know how to listen. Not just with your ears, but with your heart. And sometimes the quietest listener could become the most important voice of all. He reached for a slice of warm bread, the simple, comforting taste grounding him, the gentle hum of the bridge and the warm pulse of the stone in his pocket, a constant, comforting reminder of a friendship forged in moonlight and magic, and a world that sang just beneath the silence. He knew Boulder Heart was watching over the woods, strong and healed, and the bridge hummed its contented song, a guardian reassured. Leo took another bite, the warmth spreading through him, a quiet hero carrying a piece of the whispering world within him, forever changed. The adventure was over, but the listening, the true magic, had only just begun. And the world, both seen and unseen, felt beautifully, peacefully whole. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the verdantkin small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the Heartwood's magic." The Heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. Elder hemlock, Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels, thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the Heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring Fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the Heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the Heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties. He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. The Heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all, murmured Illumina Moth, its voice a soft chime. When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters. Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. We are the small songs, Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back? A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the Heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the Heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the Heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of Moss Grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed Heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the Heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the Verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious Heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. "The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry." Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The Heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the Heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the Whispering Woods itself. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "the changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. Long ago, Bramble continued, the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary. Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. But Bramble, piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle. What happens if the balance is disturbed? Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Balance is delicate, dear Thistle, he explained, but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small Florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The Florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gratharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. The amber grove of whispering stones. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like silvery thread, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands always bore traces of charcoal from sketching ferns on parchment, her voice rarely rose above the rustle of falling leaves, and her greatest secret lived buried beneath the roots of a lightning-struck oak, a smooth amber stone that hummed when the moon waxed full. The stone's first song. Leela discovered the stone on an afternoon crisp as freshly pressed linen, while gathering kindling near the forest's edge. The air smelled of pine resin and distant snow, and her boots sank into moss so thick it whispered secrets with every step. Beneath the oak's gnarled roots, where shadows pooled like spilled ink, the amber glimmered. When she touched it, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a sound like distant wind chimes trembled in her ears. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the stone pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Dreams came vivid and strange, a grove of trees with bark like polished bronze, their branches heavy with translucent fruits that chimed when the breeze stirred them. A voice, neither old nor young, wove through the melody, "Find the gate where shadows dance twice." 2. The locked path. For weeks Leela traced the forest's hidden veins, stone clutched in her pocket. It glowed faintly near a brook where water sang over black stones, brighter still where fox tracks vanished into ferns. Yet the gate eluded her until the first frost, when she noticed something peculiar at the base of the village's oldest maple. At precisely noon, the tree's shadow split into 2 distinct silhouettes, one pointing north, the other east, before merging again. Heart drumming, Leela followed the eastern shadow to a mossy boulder half buried in ivy. The stone's hum sharpened. Pressing it to the rock, she watched as ivy shivered, revealing a door no taller than her shoulder, carved with symbols of crescent moons and winding vines. 3. The Grove of Echoes. Beyond the door lay a world spun from gold and green. The amber grove stretched before her, trees arching into a canopy that filtered sunlight into honeyed pools. Fruits hung like crystalline bells, their chimes harmonizing with the rustle of creatures she sensed more than saw. Shimmering moths with wings like stained glass, a deer whose antlers dripped with dewdrop pearls. And there, beneath the grandest tree, stood a fox with fur the color of embers, one forepaw raised mid-step. "You've brought the keystone," the fox said, voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. "But it's grown quiet, hasn't it?" Leela started. The stone's hum had dimmed since her first touch. "The grove's heart weakens," the fox continued, tail flicking toward the tree, where amber sap oozed sluggishly from a crack. "Long ago your kind and mine tended it together, but fear grew thick as thistles, and your people forgot." 4. The fracture. The fox, called Fen, revealed the grove's magic thrived on shared stories, laughter exchanged between creature and human, secrets whispered to the wind. But generations passed, villagers had begun fearing the forest's oddities, lights that bobbed without fire, voices in empty glades. The grove's guardian, a role Fen had inherited reluctantly, could no longer sustain it alone. The keystone, Leela's amber gem, was meant to bridge worlds, but its power faded without trust. "You're trembling," Fen observed as Leela eyed, a spider weaving silver thread between branches. "I'm not brave," she admitted, charcoal-stained fingers tightening around the stone. "What if I fail?" Fen's laugh was a soft huff. "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's listening to what scares you and stepping forward anyway." The weaving. Fen taught Leela to read the grove's ailments. A patch of wilted ferns marked where a badger's grief had gone unacknowledged. A stagnant pond reflected unresolved quarrels among village children. Together they mended what they could, Leela sketching riddles in the soil to cheer the badger, Fen delivering acorn caps filled with honey to soothe the children. Yet the keystone's glow remained frail. "It needs a human heart rekindling kinship," Fen said, watching Leela scatter seeds for sparrows. "But you doubt your own voice." It was true. Leela hid her sketches, spoke little at village gatherings, and hadn't told a soul about the grove. 6. The storm. Disaster struck on a night when the wind howled like a widowed wolf. Leela awoke to the stone burning against her chest. In the grove, trees shuddered, their chiming fruits muted. Fen crouched beneath the guardian tree, fur bristling. The fractures spreading if the sap stops flowing by dawn. Leela didn't need the rest. The crack had widened, sap now a sluggish trickle. How do we fix it? The grove needs a song only a human can give, one that stirs remembrance in your people. Panic clawed Leela's throat. I don't know how to. Fen nudged her hand with a cold nose. You've been gathering stories in your sketches, let them speak. 7. The unfurling. They raced to the village as the first raindrops fell. Leela's cottage glowed with hearthlight, her parents fretting over scattered papers, her sketches of the grove, Fen, the luminous fruits. Where have you been? Her mother cried. For a heartbeat, Leela faltered. Then the stone pulsed warmly against her skin. I found something, she whispered. Something beautiful. One by one she laid out her drawings, the fox with ember fur, trees that chimed, dewdrop antlers. Her voice strengthened as she spoke of the grove's history, of shared guardianship, of Fen's quiet wisdom. Neighbors gathered, drawn by the commotion. A child pointed at Fen, who'd slipped in unseen, and gasped, the fox from the pictures. To Leela's shock, old Farmer Bren knelt, calloused hand outstretched to Fen. My granddad told tales of forest guardians. I thought they were just fireside fancy. 8. The mending. Dawn approached. Villagers followed Leela and Fen into the grove, breath catching at its fading splendor. Leela placed the keystone into the guardian tree's crack. Nothing happened. The song, Fen urged. Her mouth dry, Leela began humming a lullaby her mother once sang. One voice joined hers, then another, until the grove swelled with melody, human voices blending with chiming fruits, rustling leaves, Fen's low croon. The keystone blazed gold. Sap surged, sealing the fracture as light cascaded through the branches. 9. The after. The grove didn't vanish from human memory again. Children left ribbons for the moths, elders shared tales with the badgers, and Leela's sketches adorned every cottage. Fen remained a flicker at the forest's edge, though he now permitted the occasional ear scratch. As for Leela, her hands still bore charcoal smudges, but her voice carried new strength. She'd learned that wonder grows when tended by many hearts, and that quiet souls often hear the deepest magic. On winter evenings, if you walk by the lightning-struck oak, you might glimpse amber light filtering through the roots. It's said the keystone still hums there, a lullaby for both worlds, gentle and enduring as the first thaw after a long frost. The little town of Bramblewood, nestled between whispering pines and a slow, chuckling river, was known for two things: exceptionally good blackberry pie and exceptionally predictable weather. Milo, a boy with perpetually muddy boots and eyes that missed very little, felt the town was rather too predictable. He longed for something extraordinary. He often lingered near the dusty window of Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop, gazing at the peculiar jumble inside a music box shaped like a badger, a compass that pointed insistently towards the bakery, and a particularly unremarkable dark blue umbrella leaning forgotten in a corner. One rainy Tuesday, Milo was caught in a sudden downpour. Ducking into Mr. Thimble's for shelter, he noticed the blue umbrella. "Just borrowing it, Mr. Thimble," he called out, snatching it before the shopkeeper could protest. Stepping back into the deluge, Milo popped the umbrella open with a satisfying whoosh. Immediately, the drumming rain softened to a gentle pattering. But it wasn't just quieter. The world changed. The gray pavement beneath his feet shimmered like wet obsidian. Raindrops didn't just fall, they danced, tiny prisms of light catching within each droplet, turning the air into a swirling kaleidoscope. The scent wasn't just petrichor, it was the deep, green breath of ancient forests and the sweet tang of wild honeysuckle carried on the breeze. Milo gasped. He lifted the umbrella higher, turning slowly. With each turn, the ordinary street transformed. The baker's sign glowed with warm, buttery light, the butcher's awning rippled like velvet, and the cobblestones hummed a low, comforting tune. This was no ordinary umbrella. It was a key to seeing the hidden magic woven into the very fabric of Bramblewood. Milo's heart hammered with excitement. He had to explore. He followed the humming cobblestones down a side alley he usually ignored. It led him past the whispering pines, deeper into the woods bordering the town. Here, the umbrella revealed even more wonders. Moss glowed emerald on ancient bark, fireflies pulsed in complex, silent rhythms, and the river, glimpsed through the trees, sang a complex, bubbling melody. But as the woods grew denser, a different sensation crept in, a chill, a dampness that clung despite the umbrella's canopy. The vibrant colors dimmed, the cheerful hum faded, replaced by a low, mournful sighing in the wind. The magic felt sad. A small, prickly ball rolled directly into Milo's path. It unfurled to reveal a hedgehog with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, made of acorn caps and spider silk. "Lost the sparkle, hasn't it?" the hedgehog sighed, adjusting his spectacles and peering at the gloom. "Name's Pip Quilton, been tracking this melancholy miasma for days. Gets into everything, dampens the magic, something dreadful." Milo explained about the umbrella and the fading wonder. Pip nodded gravely. The revealer knew it had to be about. This gloom, it's not natural. Comes from the Heartwood spring deep in the woods. Used to sing the sweetest song, kept the magic flowing. Now it's just sighing. We need to find out why. He gestured with a tiny claw. "This way, but mind the whisper willows. They amplify sadness." Their path led them alongside the now subdued river. Its song was a mere gurgle. Suddenly, a sleek silver head popped up. An otter with bright, curious eyes and a necklace of smooth river stones grinned at them. Hullo heard the sighing, "Not like the old spring, is it? Name's Marina Ripple, bit gloomy for a paddle." She effortlessly swam alongside them as they walked the bank. "Heard you talking about the Heartwood spring. I know the quickest way. Follow the stones that glow faintly blue when the rain hits them, the spring's old tears they are." With Pip navigating the whisper willows, urging Milo to hum cheerful tunes to counteract their amplifying effect, and Marina guiding them via the faintly glowing blue stones, they journeyed deeper. The melancholy deepened too. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. Even the light filtering through the canopy seemed tired. Finally, they reached a small, mossy clearing. In its center, bubbling feebly from between ancient roots, was the Heartwood spring. But its water was murky, and instead of its legendary song, it emitted only a continuous, heart-wrenching sob. The source of the sadness was immediately apparent. A massive, ancient weeping willow, its branches heavy and low, draped over the spring like a shroud. Its roots had grown thick and gnarled, choking the spring's outlet. Tears, actual shimmering tears, rolled down its silvery bark and dripped into the water, clouding it. "The grand willow," Pip whispered, his voice thick with sympathy. She's grieving, lost her oldest sapling in the last great storm, her sorrows choking the spring. Marina paddled closer to the choked outlet. Look at those roots, like giant fingers squeezing the life out. We need to free the water. Milo felt a surge of helplessness. The roots were thicker than his arm. He couldn't possibly chop them. Pip couldn't dig them out. Marina couldn't pull them loose. Force wasn't the answer. He remembered the umbrella's revelation, the hidden magic, the connections, the feelings beneath the surface. He closed his eyes, holding the umbrella tightly. He focused not on the choking roots, but on the immense sadness radiating from the grand willow, the deep, ancient love she felt for her lost sapling, and the spring's own muffled song of life beneath the murk. Wisdom, Milo murmured, opening his eyes. Not force, understanding. He stepped forward under the revealer's canopy. He didn't try to move the roots. Instead, he gently placed a hand on the grand willow's weeping trunk. "We see your sorrow," he said softly, his voice carrying the warmth the umbrella seemed to amplify. "We see how much you loved your sapling. It's okay to grieve, but your tears are clouding the spring that nourishes you and all the magic here. Your grief is choking the life you helped create." He poured his understanding, his compassion, through the touch. Pip scurried close, pressing his small, warm body against the bark. "We remember your sapling too," Pip squeaked. "Strong and bright, its memory lives in every new leaf." Marina swam to where the willow's longest branches trailed in the water. "Let your tears flow through," she urged gently, nudging a branch, not into. "Let the spring carry your sorrow away, clean and clear." A tremor ran through the grand willow. A deep sigh rustled her leaves, less mournful, more releasing. The tears still fell, but as Marina guided, they flowed along the trailing branches, dripping onto the mossy bank beside the spring, not directly into it. Milo kept his hand on the trunk, a steady anchor of empathy. "Let the spring breathe," he whispered. "Let its song return. Your love isn't gone. It's part of the forest now." Slowly, miraculously, the massive roots seemed to soften, not move away, but to relax their crushing grip. They shifted almost imperceptibly, settling deeper into the earth rather than constricting the stone. With a sound like a contented sigh, clear, sparkling water bubbled up freely from the Heartwood spring. It gurgled, then swelled into its old, joyous melody, a song of pure, cool water and ancient, living stone. Instantly, the gloom lifted. Color flooded back into the clearing. Flowers straightened, glowing with vibrant hues. The air hummed with pure, clean magic. The grand willow's branches lifted slightly, her leaves catching the dappled sunlight. She still wept, but the tears were lighter now, flowing clear and joining the spring's song, transformed from choking sorrow into a gentle, healing stream. The journey back was a revelation. The woods pulsed with renewed vibrancy under the revealer's canopy. Fireflies danced intricate ballets, the river sang a triumphant chorus, and the moss glowed like scattered emeralds. Pip chattered excitedly about documenting the phenomenon, while Marina did joyful flips in the sparkling water. When Milo returned the umbrella to Mr. Thimble, the shopkeeper simply winked. "Knew it found the right hands," he murmured, placing it back in the corner where, to ordinary eyes, it looked perfectly unremarkable. Milo walked home, the ordinary streets of Bramblewood now humming with a secret music only he could truly appreciate. He saw the baker's warmth not just in his pies, but in the golden light spilling from his windows. He heard the river's song even from his doorstep. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the umbrella, it was everywhere, woven into the world, waiting to be seen with the right kind of heart, a heart open to wonder, ready for kindness, and wise enough to listen. That night, as the gentle rain pattered against his window, Milo drifted to sleep, the soft melody of the Heartwood spring singing in his dreams, a lullaby of magic seen, sorrow soothed, and the extraordinary found nestled deep within the heart of the ordinary. And the cozy warmth of that understanding wrapped around him like a well-loved blanket, promising peaceful dreams. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against the spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing. "The veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. "Find warmth without fire," it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the Whispering Woods. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. "Forest's heartbeat," Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. the return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. The effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. Turns out, Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom. The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic she knew as sleep gently pulled her under wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed.